with that one.
There we go. I don't know why. It changed the setting for in OBS. Hi. Okay, yeah, hi. I did. Okay, thanks for letting me know. Yeah, it changed the setting in OBS. The mic, like, it just changed the device setting. I don't know why, but we're fine now. It's fine now, so it's all good. But yeah, we left off last time. The power got cut at your place yesterday. Damn. I guess things are fine now, but hopefully, nothing. What's it called? Nothing was broken or anything. Like, nothing bad was affected by the power cut. I haven't had power cuts 2 hours of. Jeez. Yeah. Yeah. That's ow. Yeah. Damn. Hopefully, it's okay now though. But yeah, that sucks. Jeez. But yeah. Do you mean like what's it called? Like Word document stuff? In a rather bad mood. Ah, okay, fair. I see it, yeah. Understandable, yeah. Understandable. The discouragement if I were to random out random BS throughout the stream. That's fair, that's fair. That's fair. But yeah, hopefully, yeah, at least I guess it's recovered. Well, not recovered, but redone at least. But yeah, all right. Let's jump right into continuing on with this case. Seems like it's gonna be really long. Just finished ending another video, and I can fully commit to watching its attorney. Hey there, welcome. Welcome. But yeah, seems like we're in for like a really long one. So, what's it called? We're in for a really long case. So, I think, yeah, because we still have episode 5, but I guess that's the same case. So, second makes no sense. I heard stuff like that. There's like some grammatical whatever stuffs that like it just is apparently. So I've heard from like language classes, like or just random bits around the internet with like stuff in English. Just like it just is. There's no reason why it's like that. It doesn't follow any rules or anything. It just is. Bake cookies and we cook bacon. I get that, to be honest. Baking is like, for me, baking is like, you know, you put stuff in the oven, and baking is like, it's a different kind of like cooking technique. How to say, like, you have to be more precise. Like baking a lot of the time is in the oven. Like you could bake bacon, like just put in the oven on the grill. Yeah. I define baking as like in the oven, like inside the oven. That's a funny thing. Like grill is like there's different types of grills. Like some people say grill like when you like put on like a grid thing for the grill, literally a grill. But like we also say grill like to mean one part in the oven. I mean, you don't cook cookies on a grill. Yeah, I don't see what you mean now, because like you don't put cookies in a grill. But yeah. All right. 2nd November, 3:38 p.m. Sholmes' suite. I still can't quite believe what just happened. I know. I inquired the bailiff after the court session was adjourned. I see. I mean, yeah. I don't know when I'll play. I think I'll probably play Star Rail when the next chapter comes out. The next main story thing releases. I'll probably play that when the next one releases. So yeah. I mean, it's not finished yet. To be fair, Lofu's not finished yet. There's still like the next. It's not finished yet. It's still not finished yet. So yeah. To be honest, you can. I'm doing a drawing stream on Wednesday, so not Wednesday, Thursday. I guess you wanna say it now. This is pretty much gonna be a more chatting stream alongside stuff. Inquiry of the bailiff at the court session was adjourned, and it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to hospital to recover. Right. 10 years ago now, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out the window of the prison governor's office. Alright, just straight up saying it then. Ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events. Nobody knew his secret, nor his family, nor even the... Yeah, hi. But I forced it out into the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder? Runo. Oh, Iris. I do wonder, like, I feel like Kazuma will have to get some blowback for, like, forcing the trauma out of Mr. Vigil, like... I don't know. I feel it's weird if he gets away with that scot-free, like... It does show, like, he's, like, possessed to, like, find out about 10 years ago. But, like, will, like, he face no consequence for that? Or will it be, like, yeah, he's gone bad, but, like... Not bad, but, like, he's gone too far, but we know that, but, like... we get why. It's not good, but we get it. So, we'll see. You mentioned Brazil before, yeah. So at the beginning, then remove completely. I think, to be fair, like, he is, like, it's meant to go alongside with his, it's meant to go along, like, it's meant to go along, even though it's a side thing, it's meant to go alongside, his companion quest. He gets jobbed by them pretty much, yeah. I mean, it's also partly to set up stuff in the future to do with, what's her name? Jing Lu, I think was her name. I mean, we're not done with Lofu yet, to be honest. We're not done with it yet. So, who knows what comes after. I've been press pot of soothing tea for you. Oh, thank you. You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Oh. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. Do you happen to know where Sholmes is? When we came out the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared. Honestly, I talked with some friends about that, and it's like, apparently there is, like, well, we'll probably see, like, what they do next update. Like, we're not finished yet. And also, like, apparently there was a few clues around that things were off. Besides the text message, apparently there's a few bits that you could link with the whole thing from earlier on. We came out of the courtroom back into the defense. He disappeared. Oh no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, "I must leave." I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. Well, you know what Hurley was always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in the world that should perhaps never be solved. For the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of destruction of something else. Ah, I guess, like, yeah. It's like the thing with Mr. Vigil and Kazuma. Like, yeah, he just went up and destroyed his mind, pretty much. To discover the truth. I mean, we're not done yet, to be honest. We're not done yet. We're not done yet with Lofu, so I wouldn't jump to it right away, saying like that. And I think it's like, it's just different, like, the storytelling is like different. They're both different ways of telling the story, in all honesty. Like, it's really different ways of telling the story. Like, as in, like, they're going for different things. What does that mean? He knows very well that when you open some... when I mean, it's like hard focused on Dan Heng, to be honest. It's mostly hard focused on him this time around. He knows very well when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too. But he just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. So much is too important to him. That's so true. But what I like about Hurley, that's what I like about Hurley after all. We saw, but like, there's always the next update or like the companion quest. There's the next update or companion quest they could do, honestly. Like, what's it called? There's the companion quest or the next update. That's what I like about Hurley after all. I suppose that's the law of a great detective in some ways. So then, let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand. Oh, do you have time, Iris? Yes, I finished this month's manuscript at last. We've barely a day to spare before the deadline. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in The Adventure of Sherlock Sholmes. You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline. You do? Poor Mr. Sholmes. Doesn't want to listen to him play, huh? I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation. OBS is fine on my end, so it's probably for you. I think. It's probably for you. Alright, let's chat then. Alright, now we get... Yeah, I mentioned last stream that I was hoping we get a bit more bits of Iris and like... Because he hasn't got involved that much besides part of the second case. I think. Yeah, second case? Yeah. This morning's trial. Yeah, that's... Yeah, I agree with that one, yeah. Like, they even mentioned that it's just weirdly placed as well. Because it's like, you're busy with something else when she gets introduced outside that. Especially with the latter half. So how did it go in the court this morning? Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zieks definitely didn't do it. Oh, goody. Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well. Oh, really? And there was another development too, Kazuma. Yes, it's quite clear now that Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed. I mean, the Medicus stuff is like more like a way to like, how to say, partly to have like more of an more like opponents there as well, and there's like one way to like work, how to say, I think it's to like show like they want to like do the whole hunt versus abundance thing going on as well. They want to like do the whole hunt and abundance aspect as well. I think they're more there for like the whole hunt to represent abundance. I think they're more there to represent the whole abundance thing, and stuff. The way he's acting is almost as if he's possessed. Alright, literally said the words out my mouth. I know, I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through. I mean, they did like cause like the outbreak of like Mara struck, like more often than it should. So I don't understand what he's going through. Reaper's innocence, then. If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, Then Lord Van Zieks has to be innocent, you see. What? The day before? Well, that should be easy to work out, just by examining the corpse, surely. Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report. That is curious. There are still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zieks, though, aren't there? Ah, do you mean... I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place? Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Gregson, didn't he? And it turns out that little room was actually the inspector's secret office. Ooh, that sounds like it has all the makings of one of the fleet devil's plot. But then, why was the notice board in there covered in all those peculiar papers? In particular, papers about cases with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this. Oh dear, that sounds more like something horribly devilish. We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late. Alright, Gregson's movements. I never imagined I might have to be investigating an inspector's movements. Well, according to the entry in the diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death. Oh, you mean he was doing the same as Hurley? Well, Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas Inspector was supposed to be investigating. I do wish it had to be the other way around. Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil, in possession of Gregson's ID. You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi. Oh my. Actually, good point. Good point, yeah. Good point. Then why would unless Gregson was like gonna do something, and then it's like, so it could be at two places at once, so he can feign ignorance of one thing, but we don't know what he's planning. Yeah. I mean, we literally see like a lot of people just getting killed and like all that stuff around the place. What's it called? In the Lofu and stuff, and like we fight the Mara Struck, like a lot of them as well. It's not like, what's it called? And also, what's it called? I think it's like, it's one of those things with like the game medium, like, what's it called? Where they do expect you to do some side stuff as well, like, let's say, what's it called? Let's say, like, Bailu's companion quest and stuff. Like, we do see more of that, like, you know, Medicus manipulating people kind of deal around as well. So, I think it's one of those things where, like, how to say, like, I don't, like, there's an extent that I go with it where, like, how to say, so, like, what's it called? It's with a movie or something, you watch something and then that's that kind of deal. Like, you don't have any way, you don't really like explore other avenues when you watch a movie. You're literally, it's put in front of you and you watch it. I feel like with a game, like, for example, I don't agree with like putting important stuff in like hidden text boxes, not hidden text, but like inside like you know, the books and like walls of text and stuff like that. I don't agree with that method, but like I do get it when it comes to like doing stuff like side missions and stuff, or like doing exploration stuff. Like that's using the game's medium as a way to provide more without it just being like, it's a way of utilizing a game as a medium where like there is like more tidbits and stuff through other means like side quests. If what I'm saying makes sense. It's not the best, I didn't articulate it the best way, but if that makes sense. It's like, like, yeah, I don't agree with like the whole putting things in lore books and stuff like that. Like, if it's important, we learn it. We learn it in a more direct fashion. But I do get it as a way of like being, because it's a game medium. It's like, let's say, a visual novel. An anime of a visual novel might just stick to one route to be more succinct or something like that. But like in a game medium, you're free to explore other routes and all that. If that makes sense. So there is like other places we do see Medicus being a bit more active, or like more of a threat, or like causing issues on the Lawfu. But why would Gregson need an alibi? It would appear that the inspector had something to do with why he wished to keep a secret. They wished to keep secret. Zero coordination. Yeah, they don't like some like big wander randomly around. Yeah, more. Yeah, we don't really like. What's it called? Yeah, there's that like, how to say. They're not like some big like. They're not like, you know, big masterminding. They're not the masterminds of the plot. Like, we know it's because of Fantilia and stuff. So it's not like. So it's obviously a way to like show like they're not going to be the main ones in charge. Let's say. I don't believe it. I always thought it was just a harmless lover of fish and chips. Perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar. I think perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies. Well, anyway, if Lord Van Zieks felt the need to investigate Gregson... Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows. Hold on. Alright. Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday? That's right. To ask Mrs. Sholmes if he would help her to find her missing husband. Only Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Vigil had been taken to hospital? Do you know which one? Probably Bart's again. Ah. Oh, Sinners. Okay, different one. I was starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down. Didn't we go to Bart's though? But that's amazing, Runo. You found the lady's husband already. Well, I suppose I have, by accident. And 10 years ago, while Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. No. When the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed. Sometimes I really don't want to grow up. There's more. 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had a secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be his stand-in, to impersonate the inspector. Ah, alright. Take care. Take care. See you whenever. Take care. To impersonate Gregsy, but why? I have absolutely no idea. Ginny was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Runo. I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me. That means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Vigil, don't you? Back to St. Sinners then. Wasn't it Bart's we went to? Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let's investigate, my dear fellows. Oh, Iris, you're even more enthusiastic than usual today. If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will send them straight. That water pistol is stuff full of piping hot extra special blend of mine. Okay, cool. Do like burns then. And I'm quite sure it'll be very effective. I'd better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels a little strange that Sholmes is nowhere to be seen, but still. Let's go and see what we can find out. Yes. Alright. Let's go to the hospital then. Yeah, we'll check with Vigil first. I guess we could go revisit Thing later again. I mean, that's before we came into the plot, like, and obviously we saw earlier on, like, how much destruction they caused in Belobog itself, to be fair. We also saw earlier on anyway how much destruction they caused in Belobog, so it's not as if, like, they just touch, they, like, don't cause any damage or anything. It's just that the plot hasn't had us lose anything ourselves. I mean, the Fragmentum is meant to, like, represent, you know, because it was the Legion that invaded in the past. The Fragmentum was, like, just, like, what's it called? Showing the past kind of deal, wasn't it? Because the Fragmentum part was the past. Was the past where, like, the Legion invaded. And then they used the Stellaron to, like, freeze everything. So, well, not they, but, you know, the Supreme Guardian used the Stellaron to freeze everything. So, we already see, like, earlier on that they can cause destruction. And obviously, we saw in the space station. It's just that the plot hasn't had us, like, get utterly destroyed by them. Because I don't think they're going for that. Since Hospital Ward 3. Okay, no. Because he's busy. Not fully unharmed. Like, we see, like, there's, like, bits of, like, everything still around. I mean, they don't really go all out and showing things in ruin. That's the thing in general with the game. Alright, let's hit the prison. Let's we check on... Yeah, we check on Van Zieks then. Lord Van Zieks is reading, look. He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he? But he must have noticed that we're here, surely. What do you Nipponese want? That's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence. I mean, yeah, because we're winning against them. That's the thing. Like, we pretty much beat them ourselves, but, like, what's it called? I guess it's like that thing you mention, like, you know, telling and stuff and whatever, but, like, how to say, they are being set up as, like, being, like, our main opposition throughout the game, at least. So we'll probably see them even more, but, like, we haven't lost against them, I guess. We talked about this before. One sec. There's no way to greet the... Yeah. If it happened off screen, it's not very believable. But that's probably just a general thing where, like, we're obviously, like... Unless... Because they want us... They may be relying a bit too much on, like, having to read, like, extra material, I guess. I get it, because it's a game as well, so, like... It's not like, don't put anything in your extra material. But I think maybe, yeah, you could say, like, they're being a bit too reliant on, like, having us read extra material about them and stuff. Perhaps not. I apologize. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, fair play. You're being polite now. Lord Van Zieks, speaking earnestly. Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow. it does feel very strange. I must say, I was impressed. Oh? Well, thank you. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese. Your prosecutor friend. Your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see, yes. It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. I think it's because, like, what's it called? The anti-Matalesians are treated more like a force of, like, not really a force of nature, but, like, not exactly, like, personable either. And stuff. I think it's like, what's it called? They don't want to, I mentioned already, we saw how we did in the past with, like, the destroyed, like, areas of Belobog. So, there's that at least. But, like, I think it's just like they're not going that far with, like, showing utter destruction, I guess. That's just how they're doing it. It's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. I mean, we saw in Belobog, we saw, like, we obviously see all of their, like, frozen bodies and stuff around to show, like, like, you know, the amount of them in the past and, like, all that stuff. And then we seen the Fragmentum as well. It's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. I know, but we saw that they were there in numbers. I mean, we saw they were there in numbers. I don't think right now we're not exactly having, like, a slaughter of people. Really, they're not going for that kind of imagery. They're just not going for that kind of imagery of, like, oh, here's a bunch of dead bodies. And if there is, like, obviously we do see, for the other case with the Medicus and the Marastruck getting people killed, we see that in Lofu, so I think sometimes you have to just take it, like, you have to take it as that, like, how to say, like, I can't describe it. Sometimes you just have to take it as it, like, that's what they're going for, that kind of thing. And it's like they were forced to use, if they weren't dangerous, why would they be forced to use the Stellaron to freeze everything? So, you know, that's still the conclusion we can get to, because, like, why would you be, if they weren't dangerous, why would you be forced to freeze the whole planet? I mean, then of course they were dangerous then. Of course they were dangerous then. In that sense then. Because it was desperate times. You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper. But because it helped you reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause, a cause I myself am committed to pursuing. I think you're being too harsh by that point. I think you're being a bit too harsh, like, I think you're being a bit too harsh in that sense, honestly. Like, not everyone, like, how to say, the general populace in general isn't like our bunch of trailblazers that can just, like, destroy, that can, like, fight. Even then, it's just like, it's like basic ass guards and whatnot. And if they were incompetent, that means they were in danger either way. I think you're being a bit too harsh in that sense. If they had one mech, and that was like that was already like just one mech, and it was also like, you know, it wasn't functional. It had to be reactivated. Like, it's not like gonna fight an entire legion. It, what happened here? He's just talking about the Lawfu um Star Rail story. I just, yeah. You aren't shown the Legion destroying anything. I mean, I think I guess you just want something like utter destruction kind of deal for them to show, but I don't think that's the kind of like, how to say, I don't think that's the kind of thing they're like going for, I guess, like just utter destruction, here's dead bodies everywhere kind of deal. I don't think they're gonna go that far. I just don't think they're going for that kind of thing. But we can still take it that they, they're still like numerous in number and would have destroyed stuff and would destroy things. And obviously we did see like the ruined towns and stuff in Belobog you mentioned, so it's not like they weren't doing anything. I mean, I think you're looking for a darker story that just isn't there, I think. I mean, the Fragmentum is the past, though. It's showing the past of, like, destroyed Belobog and stuff as well. Because it's not inhabited at all. It's literally the past. It's showing the past where, like, they destroyed the town and stuff. I think you're looking for a darker tone than what's being presented, I think. I think you're looking for a darker tone than what's being presented by the game itself, I think. Then why would I choose to say anything? But a henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. I haven't played Genshin, so I really don't know. I can't really counteract anything from that, honestly. That was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about this. Someone is using you. Yeah, that Strongheart honestly seems like the main culprit. But, I don't know, unless it turns out he's not bad, but I can imagine them putting a twist where Strongheart isn't actually bad. He just seems bad, but he's not bad. We'll have to see. But then, the only reason he would investigate would be if, like, Strongheart told him to investigate him. So, he was set up. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization. Oh. Alright, he's suspecting that there's a group of people that's causing the Reaper's death. It's a whole organization? It's inconceivable that all these accidents were orchestrated by one man. Never completely lost. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case, which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved. Okay, unless it's Zeke's personal investigation. Okay, yeah. We're really laying that it's someone high up. And the only high up person we know is obviously Gregson's dead, so it's Strongheart then. Strongheart is advocating the whole Reaper stuff. It seems. It feels like. Unless we meet some more people. But Strongheart probably is the one doing it then. Failed their secondary objective or complete their main objective. I think it's like, to be fair, like with the Legion, they're more presented as like a force of nature kind of deal as well. Like, how to say, we don't know what their grand plot is. It literally is just destruction. Someone that you can't mean. It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson. Okay. I don't know. Unless it did turn out Gregson was actually kind of messed up, but Gino was like, Gregson always admired him. And like he kept his photograph, of course, from like years ago. I don't think it's Gregson then. I don't think so. No, no. Gregson, the Reaper. Okay, yeah, fine. He's investigating on... Okay, yeah. He was investigating on his own accord then, I guess. He got killed. Gregson's secret. So, the reason you were investigating Gregson is because... you intended to expose him as the Reaper? As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is not a single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of the organization. I don't believe it. Are you saying that that he was behind all those awful criminals meeting there? Meeting there and... Gregson did the dirty work himself. Oh? He was a tactician. I mean, we'll have to see, like, I guess maybe if we go to a world that's, like, totally destroyed, but, like, I don't know. We'll see. He was a tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without rousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi. Which is where Vigil came in. Oh! Okay, that... But then he would... Why didn't he kill Gina then? Vigil knows... Oh, right, because... Right, that's why he sees that the Reaper can't go beyond Britain. Because they're in Britain. As in the Gregson and all damn lot. Vigil does nothing on the Reaper. The room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings. So we don't actually know who carried out the killings then. Actually, I do have a name. You what? Well, if you could name the man, you have the identity of the Reaper already then. Or, if I can name the woman. Okay, who? Oh? She's a young woman by the name of Assassin. Oh, that's the pun. Asin. Oh, that's the pun. That's the pun. Asin was Oh, wait. Okay, yeah. So, what's her face again? Yeah, Giselle Brett was Assassin. Yeah, Asin. I forgot her fake name. Yeah, Giselle Brett. Yeah. So I feel like So what she was sent to assassinate Wilson. Oh, but she's dead now. Like she died in thing. So how to say nope. How to say but yeah, she like the Morse code said to kill Gregson. Wait, the Morse code I don't know, the Morse code. Let's see. I don't know. The Morse code seems to be something that Sholmes is looking into, honestly. But yeah, but she's dead already. Well, to be fair, she died because the journalist killed her. I don't think they planned for that. But but she's dead though. We know she's dead. So Van Zieks is wrong. Well, he doesn't know he's wrong, of course. I mean, yeah, as I mentioned before, like, yeah, so far we haven't lost. The game the plot hasn't shown our group, like, losing or anything, really. Like, we pretty much do, like, secure the Stellaron in, like, well, the one time. I guess, but we have to see how this thing ends, but we'll see, like, where they go. Shin. Okay, now we bring up the Morse code. Miss Assassin. The name Of a terrifying killer I know only two. Oh, right. I guess Mikotaba told you. Suzato. Suzato told you her real name. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Wilson. Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction. Not about losing, it's about them not winning. I think it's more like, if they win, then we'd have a destroyed area. We just have a world destroyed. That kind of thing. But we're there to stop that. We're there to stop this. We're there to stop them, I guess. Like, they are, like, the Stellaron, they're using the Stellarons to destroy stuff. But, like, as a method. Well, that's how it is in that arc. The Stellaron is there as a method for that. Of destroying things. And it's like, I guess that, like, if we go for the bad ending where we don't join the Express, it says, like, everything, like, we don't hear from the Hunters or the Trailblazers ever again because, like, they just disappeared one day or something like that. So it's our presence there that, like, you know, it's our presence there that, like, you know, stops them. Some of them 0 casualties, 0 difficulty. I mean, yeah, if we had casualties, we'd be losing. I mean, once again, it's like, that's the kind of, like, I think they're just going for something tonally different, I guess. We're pretty much, right now, we're pretty much being like the big heroes coming in and saving the day kind of deal. That's pretty much what it, like, it's going really simple right now, at least, in that sense. The mysterious woman herself murdered in a small beach hut. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey? But she's been dead. I mean, Miss Naruhodo. This perhaps isn't the place to discuss. Oh, wait, right. Oh, but actually, yeah, because, like, Van Zeeks wasn't in court until we came back. And she was dead, so maybe with Van Zeek's older stuff, like, yeah, he was obviously in court working on other stuff. What's it called? How to say? Yeah, because I guess maybe she was working as an assassin during the whole time with, when he was in court, like, until, like, he stopped, like, what was it, 5 years ago? And then we came in. But she's dead already. And, like, the only time that happened... Right, the only time it happened was with, McGilded, because, he's already... He was killed by, I keep forgetting his real name. I know his fake name, but I forgot his real name. But, like, Benedict guy. And then that's the only time, because... So they have no assassin anymore because she's dead. But why would they kill Wilson? This isn't the place to discuss. No, of course not. We can't mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson because Iris doesn't know, but it's very likely that the man was her father. Assassin. I should let father know at once. I think we'll have to let Iris know at some point, but, like, there's no easy way to say it, honestly. Hey there, welcome. There's no easy way to tell her. I agree. Alright, what about Asogi then? Kazuma, what isn't it? Kazuma Asogi. He says he's a friend of yours. My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all in his merits. I have nothing but respect for him. Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. And I have a fine demonstration of how sharp he is. In the proceedings earlier today, he missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father. Genshin Asogi, the professor. It's true that the aristocracy of the time... I mean, maybe there's, like, you know, side material that talks about that stuff. But then it's like, you'd rather it be shown in the main plot, but, like, obviously we're there to stop it. So, yeah. It's true that their structure at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, in war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from the society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. I see. But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zieks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why that damn Nipponese had to go and take my brother's life? I don't know, I feel like he's still framed. I feel like he's still framed for it. Yeah, we're defending Van Zieks in court now. Pretty much. In spite of having once saved mine. Oh, he saved your life? Alright, literally as I said it. Whoops. How'd that happen? Saving your life. It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital. So, Clint Van Zieks had already been killed at this point then. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden... Okay, yeah, don't make a peep. You're coming with us. We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured. Yeah, his name is Genshin Asogi. I think it's like, because there's a real life lawyer called Genshin something. I guess they took his name from that. Clint was not only from noble-headed territory, but he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him. And they had no sympathy for his young... I think it's like... You have to accept it. If it is like in like... I haven't read the separate textbooks and stuff. The individual like lore notes. I haven't read most of them. I read a few, but not much of them. So like maybe if it mentions there, then I guess you can just believe it. But I guess that is a flaw where like if it's not shown in the main story, but yeah. Maybe different kanji, not sure. Maybe. Maybe it's the same, I don't know. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I'd been targeted several times before already. Yeah, it's Van Zieks alright, we got him. I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me, but just when I thought my time had come, if I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me. It was Asogi's voice, just a whisper in my ear. Bang. After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was a silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. Two days later, they arrested him. On suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever. The Professor. Okay, yeah. I think it's setting up that... It's setting up that he's not... He probably wasn't... He was probably framed then. There's probably something else going on. He was probably framed. Once again, maybe Strongheart. Maybe Strongheart again. To like... But I don't know why he would kill Asogi. I mean, Genshin Asogi. All at once, I lost the brother I revered. Unless he wanted to, like, you know, make Van Zieks into this, like... no merciless prosecutor or something. It's all for his big goal of becoming general attorney. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. That's the end of my miserable tale. I mean, it wasn't easy. Like, they did mention, like, how she almost killed, or rather, almost converted, Jing Yuan. It was literally, like, a last gasp effort that we see. With him teaming up with Dan Heng. So, it's not like we killed her, like, with a stab, with, like, one, like, slash. The end of my miserable tale. I never thought to recount it to anyone. Well, thank you for confiding in me. The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are. I still can't quite believe it, that Gregson was essentially the Reaper, giving assassin orders to Jezebel Brett. Listen, Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information. Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie. Hooray! Yes, alright. Let's head to Great Waterloo Hotel then. Alright. Not much we do here, so let's go. Back to the hotel. I think you're probably looking at the cutscene in a less favorable light. You're probably looking at it in just a less favorable light, I think. And also, and she didn't die. She just she retreated. She didn't die. She just retreated. Like, we didn't kill her. She just lost her abundance form and left. She didn't die. So you'll probably see her again in the future. I thought of it yesterday, and I think it again today. This place is so princely. It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow, too. My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though, wouldn't you say? Ah, look what we have here. It's an unexpected pleasure. I mean, we went to fight her before she could, you know, before she could do her, spread out further. We went to the root of the matter, pretty much. Ah, father. Ooh, is this your daddy, Susie? What a charming young lady. And you are? Alright, you probably know yourself. Ah, really? So you're the author of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, are you? Well, he's probably good at hiding it. That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Susie's been a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know. Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly, and with much interest. Iris actually lives with Sholmes, you know, father. Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes. You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery after I twisted some arms. And I must say, it was truly an exemplary performance. Oh, well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you omitted by Kazuma on the end there. Give yourself some credit, man. Give yourself some credit. Give yourself some credit. My guy. No, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me. Really? You didn't miss a step against Asogi, and we all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary. I mean, yeah, if it wasn't for us, Asogi wouldn't have known, Kazuma wouldn't have known about, Mr. Clint. Yeah, we're not done yet, so it's a bit premature a bit to say conclusively. What's your name in Clint? Daily, Vigil. I think Clint, whoops, Vigil, yeah. He wouldn't have known about him if it wasn't for us. Really, so journey into a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary. It's very kind of you to say so, and really nice to hear. What I saw in the court today confirmed what I've been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo. Oh, okay, cool. This thing. Oh no, you did mention something, didn't you? But first, we have something to report, father. Of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further? I wonder where Judge Jigoku has gone to. Alright, do we talk about the favor now? Okay, good. We no more like I'm interrupted by about the Reaper. Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey? I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge. Right, he didn't appear until after the case when visiting students had returned home. One sec. Alright. Lord Van Zinks was in the dock today. That was Barak, the younger brother of Clint, I believe. That's right. And he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. But the truth is, we've been through this already, but like, have you done the mini bomb side quest yet? The one where you have to like dispose of a bomb. Have you done that yet? On the Lofu. Have you done that side quest yet? Yeah. There's like obviously like Sampo's more than what he seems, so we're gonna get more of him down the line. we're clearly gonna get more of him down the line. There's more to him than it seems. So we'll probably get that at some point. Honestly, there's still room for him. There's still gonna be more from him. It's fine. It's fine. Let's not fight about it. 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 He's known throughout London as the Reaper, so you've heard, but the truth is, it wasn't him behind all of the mysterious deaths. It was somebody else. I see. So what you're saying is, there's been a professional killer at work here. Exactly. Someone by the name of Assassin, in fact. I didn't get the pun. I thought it was did we ever see about A? Or did we ever see Asa before? Or was it always A Shin and not Assassin until like we got mentioned? Yeah, something like I heard. I vaguely recall something about that. Yeah. I beg your pardon. Did you say assassin? You mean that Giselle Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great? Oh, okay. Are we now gonna get Wilson? Oh no, a friend of yours was killed. Professor Mikotabo, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. Because his friend, the professor, is talking about Wilson. And that's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this, anyway. Yeah. Probably... Or not. Or we just say vaguely and, like, don't mention his name. Ah. I just remembered something. Biscuits. This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits. That was right out the blue. She's doing this deliberately. Cool. Tori of Arts. But I don't think they have the I mean, besides obviously a trailer, I don't think they have the resources to like do that kind of thing. Like 4.5 pretty much. 4.5, 3.5 are pretty much teasers anyway for the next ones. Unless you mean like an all-encompassing thing. I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Oh yes. You just tried to leave me behind. All right, now we can talk about him. That young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she? That's right. And she's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great Sholmes. But the name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see. Her father? I guess, yeah, there is a possibility of being like, you know, same last name, not actually related, but... release and tease the whole storyline. Yeah. The whole... Yeah, okay, you mean that. I mean, there was, like, the trailers, but, like, with, like, with, like, CGs for, like, later on. Like, there's still a bunch we haven't seen in the game yet that's for, like, future, but, like... I think it's, like, it depends how much you want to, like, reveal, I guess. Do you want to reveal everything? Not everything, but, like, you know... Do you want to reveal, like, future beats, like, places? They hide, like... They hide where we go, as well, like... They don't want to be too obvious of where we're going, either. Just like a conceptual... Yeah, fair. It's just different methods. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to the man for all his kindness he showed me during my time in London. I said I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial University 4 years ago. I think, like, he's intentionally disconnected. He's obviously not a resident there. He's intentionally disconnected. Like, he's there to, like, people have voice lines about him, but, like, he's intentionally disconnected. More like, I don't know, it feels like he's more vagrant. He's like a wanderer kind of deal. Like, but we'll see. We'll see, like, more like he's meant to be a wanderer type. Like, he's not obviously tied down to that planet. So, we'll have to see how it goes. Like, there's gonna be more to him, but, like, I guess, like, the crumbs crumbs or, like, the bits they fed, like, the little bits haven't enticed you in that sense. But there's obviously more to learn about him. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial University 4 years ago. But he was murdered last year by Giselle Brett. Why? How would the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about that case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Wilson, was her father. Well, I can't see... I mean, he's acquainted with, like, the characters. Like, Natasha mentions that he does help out with, like, supplies and, like, bringing stuff in. He mentions that. She mentions that stuff. So, like, we'll see, like, you know, where things go with how he develops. Or how things develop. I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I can think of some... I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner. Oh! What? So is it one red herring all along? That it turns out Dr. Wilson isn't actually... I don't know. I think I can say with certainty that he was never the great detective's partner. So, it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think? Well, John and Wilson are both common names after all. What's it called? I feel like a statement like that is too conclusive. Like, if the series was finished, by all means, but, like, it's an ongoing story, so I wouldn't jump to conclusions right away. Yeah, the antimatter bomb, the mini one that I mentioned. Yeah. It would be funny if it did turn out to be a red herring all along, and we were avoiding talking to Iris this whole time about some guy. That's not even her father. Yeah, I got it too. Yeah. That'd be funny, but, like, we haven't asked Shelms about him. We never talked to Shelms about Wilson. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure. Though, maybe, I don't know, maybe it's not a red herring, and it turns out to be the case. We'll have to see. That's what we thought, yes. We're back, with cinnamon biscuits. Ooh, they smell delicious, Iris. I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here. Don't you, Susie? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris. Alright, where's Jigoku then? I haven't seen Jigoku for a while, have you? Ha 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 ha. Yeah. No, now you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. Unless he's dead. I don't know. I don't think they're gonna kill. I don't think we're gonna have 2 murder victims. Actually, wait. Yeah, Gregson's. I don't think we'll have 2 murder victims. I don't think we'll have Jigoku dead. I don't think so. Plus, the symposium's opening was postponed. He'll have to go on to explore a great exhibition. That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. Danganronpa 3. True. Chapter 3. Yeah. He went on the list. Ha. We'll have to see. But it seems like Kazuma is on the list though. So maybe Shelms will save Kazuma's life. About Jigoku having once been in the dock himself. Oh right, he was a witness for the professor trial. He was all tied up in that accused trial. The closed trial of Kazuma's father. Shishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and actually managed to break the witness stand. Ha! Oh my. He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, which he was charged. Oh dear. Although it's easy to imagine him doing that. Worryingly. Well, this was alright in the end. He was quitted and we returned home to Japan together. Thank goodness. Ah yes, talking to Shishiro. I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday. Please. Is this going to be evidence? Oh, what a lovely picture. It certainly seems to shout, we've arrived in Britain. Okay. Why is this a... Okay, we have... Weird. We have 2 evidences then. No one any idea what was coming when we took that, did we? Weird. Because we have this now. And then we have Mikotaba's ticket. So I wonder what is... I don't know what I'm going to use these for yet. And this is to like, oh, was Mikotaba really in Britain? Or something. Are you sure your father was here? Yeah, we have a picture to prove it. An idea was coming when we took it, did we? No, that's so true. Alright, the fate. What do you want from us then? So, you mentioned a favor you'd like me to ask me. Well, this fateful trial you're fighting, one way or another, it'll be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan. Ah, we leave now. Ah, well, it's obviously gonna be the finale, but like, we leave. You want me to do what? Father? What's the meaning of this? Now, Susato. I mean, to be fair, this is the last trial of the game. Well, the last 2 episodes, so I guess we go back to Japan now. So you see how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense. Oh, you mean Supreme Court of Judicature is a desperate of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible, really quite urgently in fact. But I haven't been in London a year yet. I've read of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs. So, you'd be leaving then, Runo? But then, what am I supposed to do, father? Yeah, just come back, innit? You came here to serve as Asogi's judicial assistant. Oh yes, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant. Our government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with the situation, though. You've always chosen your own path, Susato, and I trust your judgment. In this matter also. Father. Yeah, she's gonna choose... She's going to choose... what's it called? Naruhodo over Kazuma. Don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion. You understand. I hope. If I'm honest. I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it, and come to a decision by the time the trial concludes. Yes, alright. You won't leave, will you, Runo? I think we're leaving, but like, before it didn't even cross my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will. But it turns out that he's still alive, so where does that leave me? Well, if you excuse me now, I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police this information about assassin. Of course, father. Thank you. I look forward to this month's installment, Miss Wilson. Oh good, and please, do come to Baker Street sometimes, will you? We'd love to entertain you. I would be delighted. The best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion to your full consideration, won't you? Yes, I will. Going back home? Yeah, we're probably gonna go back home at the end of this. Or maybe Sholmes and Iris come to Japan. Maybe they come to Japan. That'd be fun. Oh, what's up? The Danganronpa guy. What's up? Also, 1 second. Hold on. Give me a sec. One second. Hold on. Interview about Raincode in which he had plans for a sequel and also said he doesn't consider IPT over. We'll have to see, like, unless they do like something like, I don't know. I do wonder how they continue it from V3. But yeah, he never said it was finished. It's just that he's probably looking for how do you continue it or anything. I vaguely heard something like he recommends Danganronpa players to play. I don't know. I saw something like he recommends Danganronpa players to play, especially the ending of Raincode. I don't know what he means by that. I'm waiting until there's a port. I'm not looking into it any deeply. I heard he mentioned something about along those lines. I don't know what. I vaguely heard he mentioned something with Danganronpa in Raincode or something, or like this, or maybe just recommends the game to play. He recommends the game to be played. You know, Cosmo's son was always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he loved the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this. Yes, no doubt. Just Kazuma's now busy. Assassin. Of course, it's so obvious. How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now? Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Hurley, where have you been? Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. With what an extraordinary question. I didn't notice you at all. No matter. Anyway, some more pressing concerns, Mr. Naruhodo. Hey there, welcome for 2 minutes. Good to see you around at least. Let me see, people have played Young before won't pay attention to a certain thing. Okay, I see. We'll see how it goes. I'll see when I play the game, if it comes out to PC. I'm not getting a Switch anytime soon. And I heard, okay, this time for real, apparently, we're getting a Switch upgrade, or like a Switch 2. So, apparently they're gonna announce it next year or something. Apparently. Like, for real this time, apparently. So, I'm not gonna jump on the Switch anytime soon. Especially if it's backwards compatible. Well, it should be. I don't think there's no need for it not to be. But yeah, we'll see. Is it one of those things where, like, if you're too used to their writing techniques, that things get... It's like when you play Zero Escape and then Somnium Files. Like, you go in expecting something, but then it turns out, no. No matter. Anyway, to more pressing concern, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It's a matter of urgency. To Japan, you mean? Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly, now, who? Silk Song in 2025. Ha! Last year I realized that I've been difficulty understanding my humor, so from this point on I'll finish describing my mood, Brett. I hope... I know, I do get the vibes to your humor. I can't describe it. It's like... I can't describe it. I can't describe it. But, like, I do get it. I do, like, you're not being, like, fully serious. I hope. Over time, from what you say. I see being part of... it might continue in the future because both games are... I see. That'd be interesting. Oh well, my father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself. I see. Well, he looked really reliable enough for a bearded fellow. I don't think father sports can be started a beard, Sholmes. There's no moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty unshaven father to see this is sent. I will, but what is it? Just hope him for now. I see. I'm using that when my intellect, thanks. It's more like I get it, but I can't put into words. It's like I see it thereabouts on the internet. Like, I know, like doomer humor, I guess you could say it. Doomer humor. No question at this time, if you please, Mrs. Otto. I can't describe it. I don't know if there's a term for it or not. But all we can do is pray that for once my deduction is awry. Oh. Doesn't that imply your deductions are normally correct, Sholmes? Which isn't exactly... Now then. You may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrop on other people's conversations. So that's what joining us for tea meant. I leave the sending of this in your hands then, my dear fellows. He just... Okay, yeah. I think he knows that it's an assassination plot then. With Wilson, Assassin, Gregson, and now Kazuma. The Morse code, it seems. Wait a minute, Sholmes. He just sort of ran off, didn't he? Quite a pace. And left an unpaid bill for his tea behind too. I must catch up with father at the telegraph office at once. And I'll run and call us a cab. Straight away. And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Sholmes' bill. Alright. I guess we go now to prison. I mean, the hospital. Or maybe go to Fresno Street. Let's go to Vigil then. Let's check on him if he's now here or not. 2nd November, St. Sinners Hospital, Ward 3. This is the ward where Vigil was brought, apparently. To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. Ah, the lawyer. Hello again. Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil? Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. I'm so sorry to have caused you to... I mean, it's because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you'd obviously tried to forget. The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago too. You just missed him. Oh, Cosmo beat us to it. He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic. Okay, at least he feels bad. At least Kazuma feels bad about it. But the truth is, I brought this all upon myself. Please, don't think like that. Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years, I've carried just a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well. You mean about your dismissal? Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as his stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help. Gregson knew exactly what had become of Vigil after all along. I'm sure this is just desserts for 10 years of lies and deception, but... It wasn't me that helped the Professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me. I swear it. I swear it's true. Oh, he was set up as the fall guy for the Professor escaping. Oh, Mr. Vigil. I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but if possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened? I need to get all this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done. Alright, let's talk. Gregson's request. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. The use of the Reaper's marks, yes. It was when he had to carry out those investigations that I would take his ID and impersonate him. Unless, like, Gregson was like... Because he knows... Obviously, Gregson admires Van Zieks. Maybe Gregson wanted to find a way to, like, you know, clear Van Zieks' name of being the Reaper. So maybe Gregson did it for Van Zieks. Instead, like... OBS. OBS went down for 1 second. I'm back. Hi. But yeah. Maybe Gregson was doing it for Van Zieks in that case. We'll see. This probably is, like, it feels like, I don't think Gregson is a bad guy. I don't think he was working to conspire against Van Zieks by making it seem like he was, like, this demigod in the court that kills people. It doesn't feel like... I don't know. It feels like Gregson's too good for that. I don't know. I don't think... He seems sus, but I don't think he's bad. We'll see. It was that... Unless it does turn out, yeah, he was, like, the middleman between the assassin. It was when we had to carry out the investigations that I would take his ID and impersonate him. You pretend to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf. Oh no, never. A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here. Oh! Okay, yeah, it's to give him an alibi then. So that's what you're doing on the day prior to the incident. Yes, he asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So as usual, I flashed the ID around and was very vocal about my presence. But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters. I wonder if Shom saw him then, over there, or not. Yes. So, you would always make a point of showing Gregson's ID and generally being loud. That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes. Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though. And as you know, I suffered the bruising around my neck at their hands. But the following day, they kept their word and released me. Without returning the inspector's ID to you, however. We had arranged to meet in Fresno Street room at 5 that day, so I could report back to the inspector. But at agreed time, that's when I heard this gunshot. Ah, okay. The prison escape. It was at midnight on the 17th of June 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution. But the professor's execution never actually took place, did it? Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to affect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was. Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Yeah, people who die. Or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned. I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. The coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct? Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in his coffin for immediate burial at Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. I wonder what they do with it. What do they do with them now, though? I mean, I guess like with criminals, they return them to the family, I guess, after execution. Do they do like, I don't know, I was thinking like they do cremation. I don't know, was cremation much of a thing even like 100 years ago? Or is it more like, I don't know. Chief warder had to first sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When execution took place, only the executioner, and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had the confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork having checked the coffin and nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut. No. I didn't think anything of it at the time. Yeah, he was set up then. I see that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. So, you mean the coffin contained... Yes, I can only imagine that Asogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken out through the main gates and deposited in Lowgate Cemetery. Presumably there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long. So in the early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free. But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder? I wonder. Unless it was, like, what's his face? Caden that shot him. Someone did have to shoot him though. That's the thing. I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can really say with certainty are two things. Asogi could have possibly escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me. Yeah, but it had to have been like the higher ups. It had to have been thingy. Caden, or like someone manipulating Caden. Obviously, you knew the man then. The professor, I mean. Genshin Asogi. Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned to death, as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After a trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary. They called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. So midnight that day. Outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it? It was a time of delicate diplomacy when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly. The man had less than a week in total. As soon as I the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells to his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience. What do you mean exactly? He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe he'd done it, so I asked him one day, those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible? Okay, yeah, he was just Finn in the past as well. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. He killed one person. He killed someone. Unless, like, unless Genshin Asogi killed the real professor, but then he's now framed for being the professor. Yeah, maybe Genshin killed the real professor, and then he's framed now for being the professor. Because, like, I don't think Asogi had dogs. Like, the murder weapon was dogs. So, we'll see. The following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. Guilty. That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something unusual. Something unusual? What? His last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. His will and testament. Okay, yeah, so I don't think so he didn't know that he'd be killed. He thought he'd be killed then. As I said, it was on the night following his trial and he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Asogi's, I noticed he have a sheet of paper in his hand. His last will and testament then, presumably. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back. But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh? Yes, that's true, but there were special conditions to Asogi's incarceration, you see. What conditions? Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception. Really? He was allowed to keep his things? That's unusual, certainly. Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy, but at that time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The powers that be determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable. And what was the exception you mentioned? Was it his katana? His katana. That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Specifically, no pens or paper. So he was prevented from leaving any written record of what happened to him. Ah, okay. Yes, that was the long and short of it. I have no idea where he obtained the paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. There. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back, and then he pleaded with me. What did you just hide behind your back? Please, please, turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline. But you know it's against the rules. You're the only person who's seen. If you just agree to keep quiet... Alright then. But what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Genshin is innocent. But that's the big evidence to be like, I'm innocent. Again, and then to like take down the higher-ups, probably. We'll see. So I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing. and let me keep his will. Let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without a trace. What? What do you mean, it vanished? It would seem... This is the end of the story of this mysterious will. The will's disappearance. I was the only person who saw Asoki's will, but somehow it disappeared. It was after Asoki's execution, which was actually an elaborate jailbreak. The warders gathered up Asoki's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see. The poor Kazuma-sama. And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean. That's right. Well, I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Caden was livid. He was screaming. I kind of have it to disappear completely. That doesn't quite make sense though, does it? In what way? Like, yeah, how if no one knew about the will, so then how does Caden know? Unless Caden was conspiring with Genshin. In which case, how did the person governor know to look for it? Oh yes, oh right. I really don't know how he knew, but it certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was... the Asoki Papers. Alright, cool. Got some cool code name. The Asoki Papers. Ha. The Asoki Papers. I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened. Your dismissal, and the way you blocked it out from your memory. I've forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though. Well, anyway, thank you so much for sharing with us, Vigil. We're very grateful. I guess we go see Caden now. I'm afraid there's little much more I can tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but... No, not at all. Thank you again. But what will become of you now? Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. Ah, man. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. Ah, I'm so sorry. Don't be, please. This was all my doing. I always knew that this day would come. Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. I like he's gonna die now. Ah! Before you go, there's just one thing. Oh, yes? What is it? The Asoki Papers. I'd be very grateful if you'd make no mention of the things I told you about them. Presumably for some good reason? It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think. Yeah, he'd be killed probably. I understand. Some sort of will that Genshin Asoki penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder, perhaps it has something to do with his plan to escape. Why would you... I guess it... Because if he wrote a will and testament, if it's actually a will and testament, why would he... Would he have known he'd be escaping? It's weird. If there's anyone who might know about the document that Kazuma's father left behind, it would be Mr. Vigil's governor. Then we know precisely where we must go. Back to Barclay. Back to Barclay. Alright, let's move. Alright. Well, we know about the papers, but how would we mention to him that we know the papers? 2nd November, Barclay Prison, Governor's Office. Ugh. Back again, are you? Yes, hello. I've heard all about your investigations. I read the report just now. You found him, eh? Vigil? Yes, luckily. Well, anywho. The laddie doesn't work here no more, so your case is not to do with Barkley. I wouldn't like you to get the wrong idea about that. Yes, of course. Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so... Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the chop. Aye, Kimmer, you can very well. So how about a wee handcuff biscuit? Oh, they really are like little handcuffs. And hard as irons too. So, what's brought you here today? Well, there's something we'd like to ask you about, actually. Is that so? We believe there might have been a document that disappeared from Genshin Asogi's cell. I think it's called the Asogi Papers or something. Alright, now we're serious. Did I not say, Gregson's death is not to do with things that happened to at Barkley. Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not footer about with irrelevant details. His expression changed completely. We're clearly onto something here. What do you talk about it though? 10-year-old legacy. That murderer's botched execution and the whole miserable escape. They were Barkley's darkest hour. Aye. A shocking embarrassment. Because the convict had a collaborator on the prison staff, you mean? Aye. For shame. Okay, maybe it's not Caden then. Oh no. Either he's being really convincing. Or it's not Caden either. So it had to be like a higher up guy. The coroner confirmed the death of the man after execution, Courtney Scythe. And my chief warder at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair. But Vigil says he didn't know anything about it. The rascal, wouldn't they say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs? Oh, how could I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet. When Mr. Vigil was I think you can, actually. No, well, there's iron deficiency. I don't know if you can have iron overdose. I think you can, but it's hard to get iron overdose compared to deficiency. When Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what happened, he was so despairing. He jumped out the window, didn't he? I didn't like to say, but that's just Vigil trying to get out of it. Do you not think he wouldn't jump from the shock of his crimes being exposed, eh? I do. You wouldn't say otherwise though, would you? Of course, I can't shut all responsibility myself. I shouldn't have let him deceive me. Actually, there's barely anybody that went on at a time now. With Gregson being murdered and Scythe forbidden from having visitors. No visitors? So no, she doesn't want her giving anything away. There is like Scythe's daughter. We haven't seen her yet. We've seen her like last case, but we haven't seen her show up yet. I guess she's gonna show up later though. Well, we're not gonna go home empty-handed. And I wouldn't dream of sending you packing with now, Kimmer. Here, take a handcuff or two. Oh well, it would be rude to say no. Wouldn't want to become anemic. I suppose, if there's anybody who might still ken about what happened back then, Strongheart? He'd be that last from the forensics division, Maria Gori. Oh, Maria Gori. Aye, Scythe's daughter. She didn't have no more, just the one. Okay, why is her last name different? Why is her name different? Maria Gori. Isn't that the person here? Yeah, it's you. You're the one who did the autopsy report for Gregson. But no time of death. Alright. Yeah, I was wondering because, like, why is your name different? Like, Courtney Scythe and Gory. I don't know why your last names are all different. Like, I think Scythe's last name was something else, but not Gory. Sus, yeah. We'll have to see what's going on. But the wee bairns follow in our man's footsteps. You didn't ever see her without a scalpel in her hand. Mam's footsteps. Ah. Right, as you were talking, her. What is this? Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? Dr. Saif's daughter, Maria Gori. And this is like Maria Gori, first name Maria Gori, and Saif is her last name. Like it's two names in first name. We could be talking with her. It was Stephen. Ha. Gori. So she's Saif's daughter, but her surname is Gori. Aye, there's some family history, I'm sure. My dinner can the ins and outs of it. Okay, fine. There's some family reason. Maybe her husband. Well, I don't know. No, it wouldn't be, because like if Saif married, it'd be her husband is called Saif, but then her last name changed, Courtney something. No, it was Courtney something. Yeah, so I don't know how that comes about. Unless it's like you literally just change your last name because change your last name. She grew up watching her mum working with bodies of folk who died in strange circumstances and decided to do the same with her own life. I can understand it myself. Perhaps he was driven by a deep respect for her mother. Perhaps. Anywho, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe. Right, and the coroner responsible for this incomplete report. Someone told me once that the wee lassie always loved her mam's stories about cutting up bodies. As in the rumours, she used to listen to funeral marches as a lullaby. Damn. Well then, perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy from 10 years ago. Aye, I'd say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us. Starting the stream, it's more because he's what's it called? He's like Scottish accent kind of deal. With and his I keep reading Mama's man. We need to speak to Miss Gori herself about this, I think. British language. Well, depends who you say that to. Well, thank you very much. I'm not happy about any part of this. It took years for Londoners to finally forget the whole professor business. Can you not give up? Can you give up? Can you not give up on this, lassie? Stop asking pointless questions. I'm sorry. I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone. Can you not just stay away, Nu? Leave me alone and didn't come back here, eh? Asoki papers, then. Will you talk to us about it? Did you come to ken about that, laddie? There's no many folk even in the prison who heard of those papers. Yeah, we're pretty much digging in. We're looking into the truth. So, sorry. We're not stopping now. Well, can't tell him Vigil told me. I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir. We've been led to believe the papers... Okay, cool. So we just have to say our sources are confidential. And that works out. Fair play. Led to believe the papers are actually a lost will and testament. Is that right? Professors, or rather, Genshin Asogi's... Aye, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy. Oh, is that the end of the silent treatment? But after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it? Havers, no. You're half cocked there. You think... I think you didn't quite get your facts straight. It was there in the cell. Exactly where it should have been. Oh. Not what we heard elsewhere. Wait, so the paper... So what? Something else went missing. Let me just have a wee hook around here. I'm sure I can find it. Aye, here you are. See? The Lost Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi, written with a calligraphy brush. Of course I cannot read a word of these Japanese squiggles. But my mind it says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back in his homeland. Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it. So these are Sogi's papers. Aye, of course they are. Papers written by Sogi. Nay doot about it. Read it now, yeah. When we get it in the court record. Maybe there's a hidden message. No history here, laddie. That's your lot. After all, the star mission of that slayster of an execution, we sent the man to present back to his client in Japan. That's the end of it. I think we ought to make a record of this, Naruhodo. Just in case. The Sogi papers have been added. Alright, let's check it out. One thing before you go on your way, Naruhodo. Alright, let me check the paper. I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London to be delivered to my son, Kazuma, in the Empire of Japan. It is with sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land, in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing but my chosen path. Is there a message here? No, I mean, obviously he's translated. I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request... ate it. No. Nothing like first line, like hidden like this way. No. It's probably Morse code. It's with great sadness I accept my fate in this foreign land, and the fact knowledge I never see my family or homeland again. I regret. I think something has to be with this. This has to be a riddle, or something. This one's clearly a lost will. This one seems to be something else. I regret nothing but my chosen path. So, I don't know. No, we can't check. It's literally like this. There's no like hidden thing. There's no rotation. It's just like text. So my fate in this foreign land, in the knowledge I will never see my homeland or family again. And nothing so far. Oh, yes? These papers are not to do with Gregson's death. I prefer it if you didn't make no mention of them outside this office, or rather... I wouldn't just prefer it. Consider it an order from the highest levels of our government. Does it rhyme? Not really. It's not rhyming, no. It is with deep sadness I accept my fate in this foreign land, in the knowledge that I will never see my family or homeland again. I regret nothing of my chosen path. So not really, no. Alright, let's go and... I don't know. Where do we go now? Or do we show, like... maybe Lord Strongheart? Okay, there's Kazuma. 2nd November, British Supreme Court. Lord Chief Justice's office. No arguments, Prosecutor Asogi. You will continue the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear? Still two swords, yeah. My guy, it's like, it feels cumbersome by that point. Like, you're just bumping into everything with like two blades hanging off your back. Well, your side. Like, it feels uncomfortable by that point. Perfectly. It's Kazuma-sama, defying Lord Strongheart by the sound of it. He never did know when to back down. No, what do you mean defying? You will continue to make... Is that perfectly clear? Perfectly clear. Unless you like, they argued about something. On your way now, Asogi. As if he's intentionally drawing attention. Any nice words? Kazuma. Alright, bye. See you in court. He left without saying a word. Yes, what are you doing here? Oh, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions if you wouldn't mind. I wanted Van Seeks' trial conclude today. But Prosecutor Asogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary. Ah, okay. Right, okay. That makes sense. Unwelcome inquiries. See you in court. Ha! As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes and 41 seconds, 42:43. Then we must resolve everything before 23 hours have passed, Miss Naruhodo. In a miraculous not even 5 minutes. Anyway, I can't let this man's bad mood put me off. I need information. Alright. The Reaper. Explain your 200 reasons again. Ha! Does Asoki believe that Zeke's is the Reaper? I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago, in that fateful close trial, that Zeke's made a name for himself among the judiciary. But the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress. That's awful. The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days. Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide. Sorry. In the rock slide is his place of work, I believe. Correct. That was in the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey. And people believe Lord Van Zeeks was responsible? He was brought to trial himself, but was shown to have been in an accident. So he must have had a solid alibi then. Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished, in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences. I mean, if he's guilty, if he's getting the guilty verdict, then they get killed anyway. But the Reaper's true ID may well be revealed this trial, and the impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated. Is that why it's a closed trial? I wish there was a jury though. Like, this game introduces the jury system, but it's like, if they're not here for the last trial, it's a bit of a shame. Precisely. The closed trial then. This country has seen a closed trial hasn't seen for 10 years. So the last one was the professors, the trial of Genshin Asogi. Correct. Actually, we heard that originally you were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Strongheart. Van Zeeks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later. With the son of the man Van Zeeks had condemned, now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way. They do say that what goes around comes around. However, it would seem that a new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well. Kazuma is? I like my organization to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe. As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others. Ah, so that's what all these gears are about in here. Yeah, you seem controlling. If the young man refuses to mesh the other parts of my great machine, I will be forced to take steps. What? What do you mean? Not something with which you need to concern yourself. In any case, yeah, he's not. He's got like some bad vibes going on with him. You want to be questioned tomorrow, answered tomorrow. He's got some bad vibes going on. Now, I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I'm in delay from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours. Oh my, that's a long time. And I hold you entirely responsible. Even though we miraculously managed to fit everything into a not even 5 minutes. I wonder if you might agree to us, talking with Asogi. Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside of the court are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. You will find him in the office. Oh, thank you. Alright, now we can go to... We talked to Asogi then. Well, Kazuma. Let's see him at once, Naruhodo. Kazuma's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not sure I know how to talk to him at this moment. Right, I guess we bring up the papers to him. New location added. Okay, yeah, he's inside Van Zeek's office. 2nd November, prosecutor's office. Oh, they make... Yeah, okay, yeah. Van Zeek's... They make model sets of the crime scene. This is the prosecutor office of Asogi now, is it? Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself. I mean, it's Van Zeek's office. You've always forced to kneel on the floor, Japanese style. Oh, now they mention it. Ah. Alright, yeah. I think maybe they mention it here and not, like, earlier on. Okay, yeah. Because, yeah, Ulfa mentioned that in Japanese, they mentioned Japanese style with him kneeling. But, like, maybe it was from this moment instead and not, like, back then. Yeah, Clint's brother, well, Van Zeek's brother is the portrait. It's just habit of sitting Seiza style. Seiza, not the Geiza, Seiza, when he's working. Kazuma. It was spoiled too much, yeah. I mean, we could deduce, like, it was Kazuma. Like, they were really pushing it home that it might have been Kazuma, the masked man. And then, yeah. But that would have been a bit too on the nose. I thought it wouldn't be long before you pay me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I? Sorry? But you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer. Well, I always believed you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in British court. I just never imagined for 1 second that it would be as prosecutor. You just sit and now he stands. Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom, so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama, I'm truly happy for you. And I am truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotaba. Ryunosuke, I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisaged it, but I suppose it's another twist of fate. I've learned a lot of things during my time in London, and about how Susato's father... Time to duel, ha! In the court. And how Susato's father was himself a visiting student here along with Jigoku, and about what happened with your father. Then you'll have no difficulty understanding. Well, I had no choice. Well, I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. I want to hear it from you, Kazuma. As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Alright. Kazuma was suspicious, like, about his father, you know. So, I can imagine that's why it's part of his ulterior motive to come to Britain, pretty much. Now we can show you this. So yeah, it seems like... So I don't think Kazuma knew, but like he was suspicious about his father dying. He was suspicious about it. Kazuma, is this your armband? Actually, I think it's yours now. Sorry? You're the defense lawyer. You have a talent for it. I've always known that you would. And now you've chosen to take that path in life. As your friend, I couldn't be happier for you. Or more proud. Kazuma, so you keep hold of that. Besides, I'm a prosecutor now, but armband would have no meaning for me. Ah. Well, if you're sure... Thank you, my friend. Yeah, now we keep it. We pretty much we keep it now, pretty much. Alright, let's show you the papers. Kazuma, what do you make of this? Okay, no, I guess we can't show it to him. So it seems you're still confused by the situation. Yeah, okay. I had the feeling my friend's always going to have the edge over me, isn't he? Yeah, we can't show him the Sogi papers. What about the photo of Jigoku and everyone here? No, okay. We don't want to show you the picture of like, oh, Mikotaba's here and like Jigoku's here. Say hello. Alright, let's just talk then. Your disappearance. It's going on for a year now, since what happened on the SS Buria. We were heading across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain, when a bizarre series of coincidences led to those tragic events. I thought I lost my best friend forever. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying on a bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and headed up into the deck. Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point? Yes. I didn't know what had happened on where I was. There was just this voice in my head. You have something to do, something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on the deck, I saw I was on a huge steamship and we were docked in a large port. It must have been Hong Kong. Yes, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city, just so I could plan my journey onward to Great Britain. Alright, so how'd you come to Britain? It was under a year ago, with my past memories lost to me. I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled. I was treated at a loss. I realized now I'd escaped as a dead man, with nothing but my clothes on my back. No money, of course. Oh, how terrifying for you. Luckily though, I had two feathers in my cap. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose. That's right. And on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on the cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. Okay, yeah. Alright. That must have been some 3 months ago now. Your formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man had lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name. But he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. Of course. The plot bent over. Ha! 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 Of course, I had no idea why I'd moved heaven and earth to get here at that point. So, how'd you end up becoming Lord Van Zeek's apprentice then? That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. It took me straight to Scotland Yard, and by sheer coincidence, Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play. Would that have been your knowledge of the law? Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back to him, the Supreme Court, and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. And then, 9 days ago... Alright, so... You finally got your memory back after the trial involving Trevor. I can't use that as a thumbnail. It's obvious it's customer. Yes, I did. Even though it turns out Strongheart isn't sus as hell. Had to correct the spelling, huh? Your father Genshin. Ever since I first met you at Yume, you talked about your dream. Mark my words, Rinosuke. I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday. Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here? Okay, did you know? Or did you suspect? 16 years ago. When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was a boy. Does that Strongheart's the real professor? Ha! Maybe, honestly, maybe. Who knows? Although, Asoki said he killed someone, so it could have been the professor himself. Oh no. They killed the professor. We took a photograph together that day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. But what I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Mikotaba, your father, Susato-san. Oh my. Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at Yume. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me. Oh. Yeah, okay, he was suspicious. Then one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. Oh? Okay. What I read in that letter changed my entire life. What did it say? It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Asogi name. Oh no. What? Unless it's Van Zeek's, like Van Zeek sending hate mail. Unless Van Zeek's literally sent hate mail to Japan. I don't know. I don't think Van Zeek's did that. I think it's Strongheart. Maybe Strongheart like did that to instigate Asogi. I don't know. Cosmo rather. As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me over those years. Letter from Britain. Presumably, the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. Is it? If it just is, fine. If it just is a relative, I guess. I mean, a member of the judiciary. It could have been He could have been president. Oh, right, true. To be fair, it was the aristocracy. So it could have been a letter, maybe. It could just be a letter, maybe, because they're aristocracy. So then it could have been a high member of the judiciary that was there. Letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death. He's in for being a killer. Fancy's invaded Twitter. Ha. Okay, so I don't know. Maybe it could have been just some random ass guy. Maybe. I'm so sorry you have to find out that way. Imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. But as someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear resentment was going to be a problem. But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing? There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. Ah, it was the first I've ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree. Well, why didn't Father have to say about the letter? I couldn't bring myself to show it to him. What? Why not? Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken sick. Fatal illness. That could have been easy for him, and he'd done it out of my consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jigok. Oh! Ah, to the other visiting student. He folded for the briefest moments, but then he just laughed and let her off. In that moment, I saw in his face. He was undeniably shocked. Shaken momentarily, before recovering his poise. Alright, fine. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief. And she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind. Sorry. That one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Asogi. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way. Oh, Kazuma-sama. Alright, the Reaper's trial. What we learned today in the court completely turned things around. Turned things on the head. Impressive piece of lawyering, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Lord Fancy isn't a Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out Gregson himself, the victim, was... It's clear that the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along. What? You mean you knew? Is it? I guess I just don't want to believe Gregson was that bad, but... Really? Okay, I guess so. The real question is, who's being given the orders to the Inspector? Yes, Barak von Zeus is the real Reaper. Okay, bad conclusion. I knew that 10 years ago was him. who decided my father must be a mass murderer, sent to the grave. No, he was merely seeing that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame. Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is a tool they use to do it. Damn, you become... Okay, yeah, you've lost your way. When a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life. Kazuma... On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper. We find... Yeah, we have to settle this in court. He's a bit far gone right now. Alright. I guess let's look around then. Oh, we didn't go back here. Whoops. We didn't go back here. We need to go back to the place. I don't have any at home, unfortunately. Yeah, Strongheart was the OG, but before the trial, Van Zieks was like, "Can I deal with this guy, please? I need to avenge my brother." Strongheart was like, "Yeah, sure." And now Van Zieks is in Strongheart's debt for letting him. Oh, Snickers for Kazuma. Ha! Not you when you're hungry. Wah. You disturbed the bats, did you? Fitting companions of Lord Van Zieks, wouldn't you say? Actually, I've seen things flying in Lord Strongheart's office too. Doves, I think. Ah, doves. They're doves. Okay. Perhaps you have to like birds to attain rank in the judiciary there. Full bats aren't birds, of course. How about a sparrow for you? What's that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing. Sorry. I'm just thinking out loud. And that's Baroque. Sorry, Clint. Do you know who the man in the portrait is? Why would I? What? But you're Lord Van Zieks' apprentice. Yes, apprentice, not friend. Jeez. And during the time I was suffering from amnesia, I didn't even notice the picture. Oh, really? I mean, it's not the smallest picture. Bro, is it my birthday? You don't have to make it even easier for me. It feels like Strongheart is... He's way too sus. There's something up with him that I think he might be doing something. He's doing something. He's just way too sus. I don't have the first idea what the man decorates the office with. Alright, how about his hollow chalices? Lord Van Zieks' fine collection of hollow chalices and bottles, only lined up. Yes, he's extremely particular about all that. He has a strict regime for everything. From the storage of casks to the bottling of their contents. Gosh, you must be having a really tough time of it being his apprentice. Actually, no. Oh? He's so particular about it all, he refuses to let anybody else touch any of it. So it's been quite easy for me, in fact. Talk about weird. Chess. There's Van Zieks' incredibly stylish desk. Strongheart after Van Zieks owes him. You know what? Today might as well be your birthday. Ha! It's not my style, though. No, I noticed you've been working at the little table on the floor. Kneeling down says a style. I thought it was some kind of punishment set up by Zieks when I first saw it. I find the most comfortable way to work. I can't do it. After a couple of minutes sitting with my legs folded under me, they start to go tingly. Don't exaggerate, Rinosuke. We both know you can't even manage a minute. Gee, thanks, man. Alright, let's hit the barrels then. Cask of fast floor to ceiling, just like we were last time we were here. Hollowed barrels, I suppose. They've arranged according to vintage, flavor, and region. Every week, they're all taken out and put back in order. What? Every week? Lord Van Zieks continues to settle on the perfect way of arranging them, you see. Fair. Vintage, flavor, and region don't neatly coincide. That's the trouble. Gosh, being his apprentice must be really a real challenge. Actually, no. Oh? He considers the task too important to trust anyone else, so he does it entirely on his own. My guy just lifting. Van Zieks just lifting all these barrels in his spare time to rearrange them. So he's a barrel of laughs here and in court then. All right, let's go and let's check out the crime scene again. Built different, ha. 2 hours late. Hey there. Welcome. Waterloo Hotel. Where is it? Fresno. But welcome. Hey there. Taxi up to speed. Alright, so what's it called? We talked to the Mr. Vigil. Like he told us about that, what's it called? Kazuma's father was writing down a lost will and testament. That's apparently his like lost weapon. We don't know the significance of that yet. It turns out that Van Zieks has been like by his own has been investigating Gregson because he suspects that there's like a large organization causing the Reaper murders, and he suspects Gregson for being like part of it. And there's someone higher up, and also that it turns out like some woman called Assassin, who was the woman from the first case in Japan, Giselle Brett, that's her real name, was an assassin who was doing the Reaper murders, but we don't. So it's like some big grand conspiracy of like, there's a big conspiracy going on apparently of like the Reaper murders, like someone was orchestrating it. We don't know who yet. Like, Gregson seems suspicious. I don't want to believe Gregson was that deep involved, but we'll have to see. But yeah, and we heard Vigil's story. Like like he pretty much forgot pretty much, and then because he tried to kill himself, but he survived of course, but like he tried to kill himself 10 years ago, and that led to him losing his memory as well, and then we find out his point of view, and it's like he's suspicious about the whole thing. Like he didn't do it. He didn't orchestrate the fake death either. So the fake Genshin's like fake death. So yeah, we're still investigating stuff. So yeah, there's still lots to find out. But like obviously Van Zieks didn't kill Gregson, nor did Vigil actually be involved with the fake execution. Alright, Fresno Street. Anything to do here? Is there anything to do here? Was Vieks proven innocent? Not proven innocent, but for us, we know for sure he didn't kill him because Gregson was established to have died 2 years. Sorry, a day before he died. A day before he was found. Like we established that for some part, but we don't know if he's alive or not. I mean, sorry, what? We don't know if we come to that conclusion ourselves, but like we don't know where we're gonna go from here yet. Details of the case stretching over 10 years on notice board. History of Van Zieks defeats in court. Not finished in a pretty description. Judge, is Zieks not guilty by court? Not yet. We're doing a trial later again. It's been postponed because Vigil fainted. Also, yeah, it turns out Gregson was using Vigil as a way to give himself an alibi. For something, because like Gregson is doing some stuff by himself. We don't know what though exactly. Like he was off on his own, doing his own thing. Vigil was like the tip of the iceberg, pretty much. Yeah, Vigil was like, we know, like, yeah, we don't know fully everything yet. Take a shot every time I misspoke. Ha! Ha! I had backers of dubious dealings. In the end, of course, the boat itself concealed the inspector's own death. Oh my. It really doesn't bear thinking about. There's nothing to do here, though. A photograph of Mrs. Vigil. Realizing the identity of the lady was a very great clue to exposing Gossip's true identity. He loves his wife very dearly, which is why he felt he couldn't tell her the truth. Done driving so we would take... Think of how long it took him to even find the man. Yeah, because, like, he's not, like... Yeah, he's, like, framed. All it is that Vigil is framed, and now we have a link to 10 years ago with this trial. One sec. Alright, I had to blow my nose. Yeah, he went to extraordinary efforts to play the part of Hugh Boone convincingly, though it didn't really seem like he was much of an effort to me. Now you say it, I have to agree. Someone says 10 years ago. Yeah, that's a bit dangerous. Almost as if that was Mr. Vigil's true character. People really are hard to fathom at times. Yeah, that's a dangerous game, especially now that... what do we do here then? Nothing. Let's check on Sholmes then, if he's around. That's... Okay, yeah, we talked to you already. Second November, Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Alright, let's check. What do we do? Are you alright, Naruhodo? It's rather unusual to find ourselves here in the middle of our investigations. It's just occurred to me that I might have forgotten something when we left this morning. Please don't worry. As long as you can continue to investigate thoroughly, you won't go wrong. Oh, yes, of course. I better get back to work as soon as possible. Okay, never mind. It's not really much of a hint for what to do. What do we do now then? What do we... Maybe we check on Van Zeek's again? There'd be something to present here. The Asogi paper? I don't think that matters. It's getting wisdom tooth pulled tomorrow. An end of one of my bottom right jaw, growing sideways. Ah, damn. Hopefully, yeah, hopefully you don't feel it for too long, at least. I have this, like, weird wisdom tooth. But, like, it's not really wisdom tooth. I don't feel anything. I mean, it is. But it's underneath my gums. It's weird. I recommend Miles on Fire. Oh, yeah, you mentioned that, yeah. I need to play I need to play Investigations myself one day. I'm hoping Investigations comes out on PC at some point because yeah, I don't want to like watch that before I play it. Nothing to say to you then. Chief Justice again? Nothing here. It's empty. Waterloo Hotel? Nothing here. Random quotes from the video. One is a gag on Morse code. Ha! Let's check again with, you. Well, at least he seems to be on the mend. You know, his disguise as Gossip was really quite masterful, wasn't it? I can't remember anything about it except for the floppy lip. I imagine not even his wife would recognize him. Perhaps, but did he really have to take it quite so far? Alright, never mind. We're done with you now. So either it's you then. Maybe check the crime scene. What the? It's a scale model of the crime scene. Oh yes, I realized that. Does the prosecutor make a note of it every time there's a case? Apparently so. Sometimes it helps to visualize things better and notice things you hadn't spotted before. Actually, the miniature notice board is my work. Be honest, you enjoyed making that. Nothing really to say to Cosmo now either. There's the bats again. Oh, wait, we did that already. We did that already. Why is the body not in the outline in the small model? I don't know. I guess to be fair, it's a model. You don't have to make an outline. It's the body itself. Well, obviously it's the model of the body. What do we do now then? Present. Autopsy report. What do we do now then? We're done talking. Fresno Street, prison, governor's office. Maybe we go back? But we already talked to you. Yeah, what do we do now? Let me check. I'm a bit I don't know, where do we go now? I'm missing some. I feel like I'm missing to present something, but I don't know what. I don't think there's anything to present to anyone. Like Iris and Thing are here, sure. Fresno Street. Maybe am I missing something here then? Maybe we'll talk to one of these guys. Excuse me. Sorry, sir. Can't see a thing, sir. Too many tears, sir. Right. Perhaps it'd be better to leave you to your work then. Maybe re-inspect everything. I never have imagined this little figurine would turn into a watch winding key. Was this a policeman? Because the pocket watch was a gift from Scotland Yard. It seems there was more to Inspector Gregson than we ever realized. He was clearly a brilliant man. Efficiencies that threw us off. I feel as though it ruined his image. Ha! I really don't think we should blame one of the Britain's staple cuisines. Yeah, he was, because he's dead now. But think about it. Imagine if it was Mr. Sholmes. How would you feel if instead of the old briar pipe that's always in his hands, Sholmes had a bag of chips? Rather disappointed, if I'm honest. Exactly. Yeah, it pretty much disarmed Gregson to us with his fish and chips. The revolver, just who does it belong to? Well, we know it's to members of the force and judiciary, but Gregson's own gun was found in his person. And of course, Zeke's admitted to losing the firearm which was issued. It says absent-mindedness, not dissimilar to you, Naruhodo. Voltron, never watched. That's old as hell now, isn't it? But there's lots of, like, discourse about it, huh? I'm starting to think the cold, hard prosecutor and I could become friends after all. And I wish you every success. Maybe you. Oh, are you someone different? Excuse me. If you're looking down on us from the great beyond, Inspector, don't worry. We'll look after things at the yard. I've interpreted some deep thoughts here. Alright, here. If it turns out Gregson didn't actually die in here at all, where on earth could he have been killed? Well, one way or another, we must find out, for an inspector's sake. You know, you look awfully pale again today, Naruhodo. Sorry, when I start thinking of it all through, I conjure up some horrible images in my mind. Your imagination's the culprit here, then. Most certainly guilty. Alright, the wig. It catches your eye as soon as you enter the room. Gina's already doing a better job than you. Ha! Ha. It catches your eye as soon as you enter the room, doesn't it? It's just a bright color. It certainly makes an impression, yes. Once you commit any crimes, can they? I mean, redheads stand out like a sore thumb. I'm afraid with our jet black Japanese hair, you stand out almost as much as here in London. Ha, I suppose that's true. Sure, yeah, I mean, in anime world, the Britain doesn't have, like, dark hair. You must think of committing any crimes, Naruto. I wasn't. I mean, to be fair, brown, I guess more brown, to be fair, than black hair. Using a candle as a timer device, very ingenious, I must say. Yes, the culprit arranged so the firecracker would be set off at 5 o'clock and then left. So that a loud bang was heard at precisely the moment Xantix entered, yes. And he hadn't picked up the gun from the floor. Something you probably told yourself once upon a time, man. Fair. Yes, I've learned that lesson by bitter experience. I would have turned the money and run for sure. Which may not have done you any favors either. Okay. Nothing to see here then, except you maybe. Excuse me. Oh, Inspector. Oh, sir. Poor man, he can't possibly be able to focus on investigating when he's so upset. We're done here then. What do we do? The windows. What do we do then? Okay, I need to check, because I'm missing something to present to someone. But to who and what? I feel like it's either Van Zeeks or Kazuma. Probably Kazuma. But what do we show him? He won't talk about evidence with us. Maybe. Let's try the paper again. Maybe we unlock something after talk to him. Let's try again. Kazuma, okay. What'd you make of this? Nothing. Yeah, true. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Like, if he's investigating Gregson, he'd pick up the gun. Yeah, nothing else really important to him, though. We showed him the paper. We tried the paper, but nothing. I don't know. I don't know what to do now. We tried the paper. Let me check. Hold on. Wait a minute. I have to check. I'm really confused where we proceed from here. So let me check. I'm really confused where we go from here. So let me check. Wait, what? We're meant to go to, like... Wait. Oh, okay. Okay, I was confused. Okay, yeah, we have to show him the autopsy report. Alright, because we have to... Right, okay. Yeah. You have to show Kazuma the autopsy report, it seems. This came up in the trial, didn't it? As something a little dubious, I mean. Okay, yeah, okay. I was confused, like... What do we show? Okay, now we can show him the autopsy report. Find out no time of death was recorded on the autopsy report. Yes, there were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something. Yeah, it's obvious, yeah. Now that I know, like, it's obvious, but it's like... I thought we'd have just gone there right without talking to Kazuma about it. I guess we had to talk to Kazuma about it. Well, considering when the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks on this candle, it's clearly a distinct possibility. Evidence and the scene both point to it. To be honest, it bothered me too. So I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. Dr. Gori. Yeah, Maria Gori. If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner too. Of course, the last thing I want is anything to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy lab is behind Logate Cemetery. By Barclay Prison, you mean? Ah, you know it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life. Kazuma-sama. Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today. Okay, now we can go. Now we can go. Gee. I guess because we don't know where it is. I assumed it was the same. Right, because last time we went to visit was thingy. Good luck there, yeah. Because I think I vaguely think like when they did the anti-cheat thing, they made emulators not work. But if it works, good luck. And Strong Strongheart still has something to do with it. I'm still semi-confident he has something to do with it. He seems suspicious. But yeah, last time we saw Scythe was in the forensics team lab. Failed for 2 days now. Yeah. He's having issues with it launching. There's like some issues with it launching for him. Rinosuke, I want to thank you. What for? For this. You're safeguarded the soul of the Sogi clan. Well, it is the famous sword that's been in your family for generations. My only slight regret is I never got a chance to draw it before I return it to you. Karuma is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period. I came from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen. Well then, you're two of the old block, I'd say. This blade, Karuma, is the symbol of the Sogi clan's honor and might. Second katana. I don't think he'll give it to us. Don't tell him I tried to pawn it. Ha! One of my father's apprentices even said the blade's name for a surname. Really? Karuma. It does sound formidable, that's for sure. 16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London. Yeah, he's dual-wielding. Kazuma's dual-wielding. 16 years ago, my father was a visiting student here in London. He had this sword forever at his side, which is why it means so much to me, but I have to have it by my side again now, too. And that is all thanks to you. It was an honor. Yeah, like, Naruhodo's like, what's my purpose now? Kazuma's alive. And all that stuff, so... Permission for tomorrow, a Starburst stream. Ha! As I said to Little Tomb, I never watched it. I never watched SAO myself. I know about it, but I never watched it yet. Kazuma, you've changed. No, Rinosuke, I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed. I can completely understand your resentment for Lord Vance's given what happened, but the fact is, those events in this case are, well, unrelated. Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure? No, you. What do you mean? Never mind. That man is the Reaper, and it's for that reason that the Inspector was killed. I'm going to prove as much in court tomorrow, by whatever means necessary. Alright, I can't let you do that, Kazuma. Fighting words, let's go. I know you'll do what you have as a lawyer, but I'm sure I don't need to tell you. I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom. I'd expect nothing less. Until tomorrow then, in the Old Bailey. Alright. Let's move to the forensics lab now. Okay, it's the same layout, but it's different. Forensics laboratory. Hit every checkmark. Sick fights, power levels, video game art. Anything is character development. Ha. See you in court, baby fighting words. This place really is creepy, isn't it? It's cute. Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of the spirits of the dissected. But actually, there's a rather pleasing scent of roses in the air. Well, being a dead room... The coroner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death. Iris, do you think we could change the subject? Alright. What? Why is there blood on the left? I mean, it is like the autopsy room. Dr. Gory? What? That noise before. I was sharpening my tools. Yes, a coroner's room, yeah. It'd be dead mean if I didn't keep a permanently clean edge on them. Right. When following the collagen fibers in the dermis, expertly sharpened scalpel. Cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? Oh, yes please. I'd love to see. You two will get along. Ben, I think you'll do nicely. Huh? No. I wouldn't do nicely at all. How did they drain blood back then? The table's not equipped for that. I mean, maybe some other time. But more like autopsy forensics, you know, person. Not like the one that like drains the bodies of fluids. Was that a tut? Well, we came to ask some questions, so... Alright, let's examine first. Let's take a look at your desk. This looks different to before. Okay, maybe it's the same place, but it's like... we just had to check with Kazuma if it was fine. Strange innocent woman. Ha! Miss Gory is a young maiden. She has all sorts of charming little dolls and the like around her place of work. Look. Oh yes, you're right. Perhaps she's not so strange after all. Ha! I do wonder if we'll see her without the mask. That's how I practice. Sorry? Mama always says that operations and dissections require speed and accuracy. So I take out my needle and thread and stitch these new dolls every day. Ah, right. I used to make livers or kidneys or intestines, but Mama told me to make something more friendly instead. Well, fair play. That's quite different to what I'd imagined. And the skeleton dude here. Well, look at this. What a magnificent display case. The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are skilled, aren't they? It's 10 people. Pardon? It's made from the bones of 10 different people. All mixed up together. Alright, fine. It's not like a pure skeleton. It's 10 people's bones. Some of my best work. I was admiring the case, actually. The scary skeleton inside is something I intend to ignore the best I can. You're strange. I wonder who's the strangest. Yeah, Naruto, you work in the business of death. I don't think... A table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. I know the D&D rulebook that had a set of rules about how romancing works includes facial features, negative ones can be removed by wearing a bag over your head. Face 24/7. Ha! So why is that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. That's Mama's dissection table. It's too high for me though. It is? If I fell from that height in my sleep, it would really hurt. What? You mean you sleep in here? Autopsy work is very involved. Usually too late to think about going home when I'm finished. But I have bad dreams when I sleep here, and I always end up falling onto the floor. So I'd like to exchange that table for a lower one. Maybe you should just go home. Alright, let's talk. Time of death. Okay, what was up with that? We have actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember. She killed Gregson. Ha! I hope not, because otherwise it's gonna be like both her and her mother. I don't think she did. You're not dead yet. What? So Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that. Well, good. Scythe has some scruples at least. Oh dear. It looks like she's not interested in talking to us, for the time being anyway. For the time being? You mean until we die? Hope that's a way off. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Surely there's a less dramatic way of making her listen. Present the report then. Dr. Gori, we actually came here to ask you about this. He was very good. Good? Sorry? His skin didn't snag my blade once, and very little mess. Gee. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with. We can skip those details. But there is one thing about the report that caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded the time of death. Okay, hi. That's not my fault. Okay, yeah, literally goth. That's not my fault. Oh, that made me jump. She's cute. Then please, tell us what happened. Time of death. So, why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death then? It's really the most crucial detail. I don't think she's tall though. I don't think she's tall because she calls this too tall. But again, nah, she means tall as in like she can sleep on it and then she'll fall off the bed. It's really the most crucial detail. I was told not to write it. What? By whom? Mayo Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice. He came here. Okay, yeah, Strongheart. Strongheart told you not to write it. Strongheart came. He said that from the witness statement. But the gunshot and other evidence, it was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 PM on 1st October when the gunshot was heard. It was obvious. It was obvious. There's no time you wrote in a report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it? Maybe she doesn't feel good. Maybe she doesn't feel good about lying, I guess. Also, I thought like her hair was slicked back and her hairline was I thought her hairline was like slicked all the way back and then what's it called? And then like she's like that's just her hair and then it's just like bald. Dr. Gori, if you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later, you're going to have to the same way as your mother. Gee. laying it thick. Give it here, then. What's he scribbling so furiously? There. You've written... What? What's he written? Tell us. Indeterminate. Gee, thanks. But the details have been added. According to coroner, accurate estimation is not possible. Alright, not possible then. Not possible. Indeterminate. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate? When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh. Oh! Oh! He was preserved! Oh! Oh, he was preserved then. They kept him in preservation. Time of death could have been coincided with the gunshot was heard. Ah. But there was one small discrepancy. What discrepancy? There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. And that fish had started to rot. Oh. His fish and chips come in clutch. Gregson's fish and chips come in clutch. What? If the victim liked fried fish, he presumably liked to eat it before he went off. Well, yes. What are you trying to say? It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death. Manipulate the... Oh yeah, to be fair, we're like in the 1900s. We're in the 1900s. So it's like, not the best autopsies, but still. Okay. I like how I can't tell what the mask is supposed to present. Perhaps the black beak mask from the Black Death. There's also gas mask. It's both, I think. It's both. It's a fusion of gas mask and the what's it called? And the bird mask. It's both. it's both pretty much. I mean, to be fair, I think it's to breathe out of it. It's like a more modern bird mask. Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction. And if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time, then only the fish would have started to rot. Yeah, okay, yeah. They preserved him. Lack of air and reduced visibility. I mean, gas masks are meant to have intake for air, so I think it's fine. I think it's fine. With today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled on. Okay, yeah. We don't know. It's not fully there yet. But today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems. But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous fridge. I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with a device. No, definitely not. Maybe in a factory? Or some other special place? I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street, though. I wonder if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow, what might be the actual time of death had been. I couldn't say for sure. But at the most, it might have been a day earlier. No. In other words, it would corroborate with your previous deduction, Naruhodo. Reduce bacteria intake via breathing, but I guess it counts. True. But Gregson was killed a day before his body was discovered, in a different location. We don't have Sholmes' fingerprint technology. Would have been nice in the crime scene. The issue is that they don't accept they don't accept Holmes' technology in court. It's not officially recognized. Is the problem. So it can't be used. It can't be used as evidence. Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility? He simply said there was no electrical fridges in that vicinity. Alright. Maybe we'll see you in court. Oh yes, one other thing. It's something the governor of Berkeley told us. He said your mother, Scythe, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor of this execution. Professor. Apparently you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her work, so we were wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago. That's not all Mama did. Sorry? My mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Van Zieks as well. Of Clint? Alright, Clint as well? What? Really? The brother of Lord Van Zieks? The professor's final victim? The idea of carrying out an autopsy on a member of the aristocracy was unthinkable back then. Previous times Herlock devices were acceptable because jurists are 10% fans of when closed courts it won't work. Yeah. Like we were able to use his fingerprint once during like it was the trial with Shamspeare. Well, not really use the fingerprints to like convict, but it was like it was to help persuade them, yeah. While the blood samples weren't really able to use as evidence. But the detective in charge of the investigation insisted, and it was miraculously authorized. Wait, was Gregson the detective in charge? And Gregson wanted Van Ziek's body to be autopsied. Well, Clint. Yeah, Gregson, of course. Quite an accomplishment for one man. Oh right, and this oh wait. The autopsy indicted thingy. Genshin. Right, they mentioned that. And Mom was there for a historic event. It was so mean. Wait, what was the evidence that indicted Genshin? Never used autopsy. That's literally a meat cleaver. Ha! You gotta make do sometimes. You know, the amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. The professor and Clint Van Zieks. They both spent their final moments before their burial on the dissection table there. So the lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events. She really is proud of her mother. I wonder if you'd tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Gory. Alright, what's up? Confirmation of death. The first execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be attendant of Barclay prison chamber and signed the certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her. But the execution didn't actually take place. No, and worse still, Mom actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know. You see Professor Roseman's grave and then Shaw get yeah. The professor's death was faked. But then he came back, Drebber was there, and Drebber saw Genshin get shot by someone. We don't know who, but he got shot. Like, right as he came out, like, bam. There are places with execution in probably the graveyard. Yeah. We're at Barclay prison. Well, we're near it. You found that recently, you mean? I believed in her, in Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her. Ah, you mean because you omitted the time of death on his autopsy report? That's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it. Ah, so she has standards. She has standards. She has standards now. That's good. Just like Mama. I'm sure she was coerced by someone too. Yes, that's my feeling as well. There's no doubt that there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. Execution could have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been on it as well. The governor, the big man in the little handcuffs, according to what he told us, he was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it. Okay, then yeah, he's lying then. Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing. Just who was behind the jailbreak all those years ago? Alright, Clint's autopsy. What's up? You mentioned autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks. It was a time when carrying autopsies of murder victims was very unusual. Firstly, yeah. It's still not out of practice that's observed in our... Yeah. It's still not a practice that's observed in our country even now. It turned out that he was the professor's final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only as a secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Okay, Wilson. Dr. John H. Wilson. That's right, my daddy. And there was one other person present, the primary assistant, Herlock Sholmes. Oh no. Visiting from the Far East. Oh, Mikotaba. Mikotaba was there. Okay. Yeah, it must have been my father, Eugene Mikotaba. Keeping a list so far and Glitch is winning. Ha! I had no idea Mikotaba could have been involved in something so important. But the outcome of that historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor. So that's how they claimed to identify Genshin as the infamous mass murderer. Do you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us more? Everyone's father's involved. Yeah, this is like everyone's father's involved. Would you like to see the records for yourself? What? Would that be alright? She's much more cooperative than I imagined. What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them? They're found on the V at the back of those cupboards with the other records from the last decade. 27 was involved too. Ha! Let's see, Van Zeeks. That's strange. What Naruto? They aren't here. There's nothing under Van Zeeks. There must be. Perhaps someone took them away. Strongheart took them. No one's allowed to take documents related to the professor's case out of the room. But you're right, they're gone. Well, when was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember? It was... Oh yes, I remember now. 2 years ago. 2 years ago. A consulting Come on, Sholmes. What's up, Sholmes? Came one day, so you like to see the records? No, you don't mean... Herlock Sholmes was his name. Deep down, I knew that was coming. Do you think he stole the records? Oh no, surely not. Iris, that can't be right, can it? It's Sholmes, okay. Iris... Alright, now we meet up with Sholmes. Bruno... I hope you don't mind, but... What is it, Iris? I just remembered something very important I have to do. I'm going to leave you now. Oh, this is very sudden, Iris. Sholmes was 2 years ahead, yeah. Sholmes was ahead by 2 years. We'll come with you then. Oh, no. That's no need. You and Bruno can take your time here. Bye for now, then. See, good luck. Wait a minute, little girl. Me? I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you? Oh? Have you, Iris? Yes, 2 years ago, when that detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too. What do you mean, living specimen? That's the way it usually works, yes. Oh, she means that you were here alive. Fine. Thank you for your weird way of talking. Was I? I really don't remember. Anyway, sorry. But I must dash. Wait, Iris. I'll brew up a pot for you when you get home. What's the matter with her? She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. Okay, good to see Iris get involved. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either. Without someone to look after, she was 8, and she was... Yeah, pretty much. Well, I guess so. But she's at... Yeah. Unless there's a reason he brought Iris with him. We'll see. It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. This was really fun. Aw. Next time you come, prefer if you're ready for this section. Gee, I can't make any promises, sorry. It's a bit strange that the records of Clint, Van Zeeks and others have disappeared. But I think we've asked all we came to ask now. Alright. Let's go back to Sholmes then. Let's see if Sholmes is back home. No, no one's here. Where the hell do we go now? We got the autopsy report. Maybe we go back to... No. Maybe Van Zeeks? Ask him about the thing. No, Van Zeeks is gone. The prison go... Oh, we talked to Caden. No, he's gone. Mr. Vigil's gone. Yeah, he's just there. Iris could solo... Jeez. Yeah, we went to prison, but he's not there. Maybe we talked to Mikotaba. No, he's not here. Strongheart. Maybe we look for the paper now. Waterloo Hotel, Governor's Office, prison. Maybe Fresno again. Oh! There's something here now. There's a chest. Room on Fresno Street. Oh wait, that was missing. That was missing. And now it's here now. Police are still busy investigating then. But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she? Yes, it has been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own. Parroting what her boss taught her. Well, I expect she'll be back before too long. Shall we wait? Oh, you're very delayed. Ah. I see. Ba-da-bam, bam, bam. Actually... So there's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there? We could always use the time to investigate more thoroughly. Yeah, okay. This chest that wasn't here. or briefcase. This trunk wasn't here before, was it? Oh, it appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy. I wonder to whom it belongs. There are some initials on the outside. Look, TG. Tobias Gregson. Oi, what do you think you're doing? Oh, hi, Gina. That's my trunk, that is. Hands off. Gina. The guy. What are you thinking? Hiding. I don't know. You leave something unattended for a few seconds, and every Tom, Dick, and Harry's got his greedy hands on it. Eyes on it. Just a guess, Gina, but what? Spit it out, Otto. Is it fair to say you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial? What? What are you trying to say? Oh no, she's British. It's just that British, Australian, and like British isms, they're pretty similar. They're pretty similar. Come on, the truck goes with me everywhere. Always has. Where have you been the last year? It's like, they have obviously, because like Australia was like, its origins, well, its current natives, like, well, not natives, but like the current people living there. Well, not really, but like, you know what I mean. His English language changed my mind. Ha! Trying to curb your wrath mainly. That's the thing that was being carried here, wasn't it? All right, what's up, Gina? Your boss. You should hear them talking to the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying that it was the boss who killed them all. Killed all them bludgers. Ah, you mean the whole Reaper thing? Yeah. Apparently the boss was investigating stuff that no one in the yard knew nothing about. It's not to do with them criminals what go off scot-free. Has it been around for long? Yeah. Yes, the ones prosecuted by Zeke's was who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction. Well then, obviously, it was that Blue and Reaper giving the orders, wasn't it? But why would people be suspecting Gregson of being involved in the killings? There was a notebook in his office. Oh no, this doesn't sound good. It had details about all the crimes that have been pegged as the Reaper's work. What? No. Did you see it, Gina? Did you see the notebook? They wouldn't let me. Just because I'm just an apprentice, apparently. Yeah, notebook. It was me who found it. He was my boss. That's right. Zeke saw it. Maybe it could have been that notebook, because it's like, what's it called? Like Zeke's looked into like the diary, I think. Maybe. Yeah, there's American English, then British English. There's lots of different versions. Every time everyone else gets taken aback. Yeah. I was pretty miffed about it, so I sneaked a peek at what it said anyway. Oh, that's our Gina. The secret notebook. So, you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you? Wait, I see it. It's my right to read what you wrote. And what had he written, Gina? Dates, times, places, names, and no long list of them. All details about that bludger is supposed to have been in by the Reaper. But there could have been an explanation for that. Perhaps it was a record of the investigation into the Reaper's activities. Exactly! That's what I said! That's the first thing you'd think, right? Modern names were used there. English had a similar yeah, stuff like that. As it happens, it was full of names I recognized anyway. Well, the Reaper's targets were all exclusively known as leaders of criminal underworld. Just the letters. Ah. Oh yeah, but there was one name that seemed a bit odd. At the end of the list, you mean? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the date against it was 31st October. Oh, the day before the inspector was found dead. So, what was the odd name? It weren't like a name I've heard somewhere. I've seen somewhere before. Something like, nah, it's still good. I can't remember it. I don't think Wilson, no. I don't think it was an English name, put it that way. Assassin? Assassin, maybe? I don't know. What a pity. Kazuma. Oh, maybe Kazuma. Maybe Kazuma because... yeah. There was something else too. She hasn't met him. She hasn't met Kazuma. I don't know if it matters, but the whole same name kept coming up over and over. Shin... Oh, Assassin. Assassin. Okay, yeah, it was Assassin. Doesn't suppose it means anything, but... Yeah, Assassin. Did you say Shin? Eh? What? It does mean something? Lord Van Seeks knew the name too. He mentioned her as well. The woman who actually did the deeds. And now we find out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook. Okay. Your investigations then. We haven't seen you for a long while. Little while, have we, Gina? Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Investigating in that. It refers to the current most recent time period, so... Or how something has been changing for... I see. The lads at the yard are trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened. The day before? That would be undercover investigation to the Red-Headed League then. Only the boss didn't go, did he? You found some cove what was pretending to be him, didn't you, although? Yeah, okay, yeah. Gregson was hiding his tracks. It was Vigil who went to the park. Oh, anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. I've got my own ways of getting results. Oh yeah, Toby. When me and my partner get together, there's nothing we can't track down. Oh, little Toby. Oh, Tobias Toby. Ah, right. So she named after Gregson. So have you write anything down yet? What do you think, eh? Of course we have. Can't tell you though. Police business. Anyway, the point is, if you lot ever need any help, you know who to turn to, right? Me and this L-hound here. Right, because he looks oh so hellish, honest. The Hellhound. Gina, about your Hellhound there. Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? He's the part of the force he is. In Japanese, police dog means something quite different. Not altogether nice to those involved in crime. No idea. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems. For a canine, at least. It should be. After all, in the Great Brit exhibition case the other day, it was Toby here who managed to locate Drebber's workshop. Maybe it's time for another demonstration of his what the super dog can do, eh? Do you have something the Chief Inspector could catch the scent of, I wonder? Do we? The Asogi papers? The wig.
Take that!
Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you don't mind having a sniff of this. Oh! No. Maybe not, no. He might be a little too keen, don't you think? The Chief Inspector made short work of Gina there. Oh, the briefcase. Yeah, because that was to show that it's Gregson's briefcase. The trunk clearly still has a very strong scent of Gregson. In other words, it must belong to him. Okay, yeah, so anything we have of Gregson's, his wig or his, like, I guess any of them worked. Molded by Toby. Ha. Alright, it's fair cop, I suppose. You need to go away with it too. You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve. Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us? Yeah, that was a bit of a bloomer, wasn't it? That's enough of enough now, Vengina. Eh? I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk. Alright, the metal trunk. It weren't like that. It just weren't. What are you talking about? I know what's going on for that head of yours, but that ain't what happened. Alright then, what did happen? Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. So let Toby have a whiff of the boss's overcoat. And as soon as I done that, he went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich. To a sandwich? No, a bag of chips? Mr. Narhodo, I believe Gina means the... Oh! Oh, him. Beppo. Oh, I forgot about that guy. That sandwich, yeah. He had it in between them wooden boards of his. The boss's trunk. Okay, what? He took the trunk. You mean when they heard the sound like a gunshot and all piled in here? Exactly. He nabbed it from the scene. Oh, okay. He just took it. Goodness. Me and that chief inspector gave that sandwich a good old grilling. And you know what he said? I thought it might fetch a good price and the chap wouldn't be needing it anymore, so... But that's all I did, nothing more, nothing less. Would you add him any the cheek of it, eh? Seen the dead boss's stuff to flog? So, Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle the scene of crime when... How could they? So anyway, that's how it happened. But once he's honest, to be honest, he was a big help in the trial, to be fair. He was a big help. And it's a really decent trunk, so I figured it might as well make use of it. Is there something wrong with that, eh? Well, maybe you and Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together. What's in the trunk? Open the trunk, let's see. What's inside? I think perhaps the trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you? What are you on about? I am the police. This getting pull you isn't they numb you, don't you? It should be fine, I think. Maybe like I don't know. Don't they use anesthetic for that? I don't think I had wisdom. No, I haven't had it removed yet. What are you on about? I am the police. Gina, if you don't mind, could we examine it? Yeah, alright then. I don't know. Sorry, I don't really know. I haven't had my wisdom teeth removed. I had a tooth removed because like I broke it and it was like loose and then like other stuff, but not wisdom teeth now. I have a wisdom teeth growing, but it's like it's not hurting. So it's like I'll leave it for now. And it's like underneath my gums. Yeah, with anesthesia is fine though. Gina would trust us a bit more. True. Maybe it's more like just like she's just keeping it. Thank you. We shall make a detailed report of our examination of the evidence. Gregson's metal trunk has been added. Oh, is Toby going to, you know, bring us to the freezer factory? Oh, you got slashed. Have you seen this huge gash across the side? Yeah, we did defend her in court. Yeah. It's gone right through the leather into the metal behind. Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have such badly damaged, whoever made the gash must have struck the side with considerable force. I wonder how it happened. Let's have a look inside. Oh? Okay. Look, there's something inside. Let's see. Appears to be a passport authorizing the travel overseas. Oh, this is the Paris trip. The day of the departure might tell us something. That was... Oh, what is it? 31st October. A day before the incident. Oh, okay. What? Really? A passport to go to France. Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered. Anything else? Or is that it? Alright, not much else. Even the fish and chips adds a few points to being a romantic girlfriend. Ha! Oh, there's blood. Look at the dark stain here. Do you think... Yeah, I'm afraid so. It's blood. I knew you were going to say that. So that presumably means... President seen when Gregson was killed. Most logical conclusion, yes. To think Gina's been carrying this around with her. If you didn't know any better, I suppose it does look like a grease stain from the fish and chips. Nothing else though. Just clothes, some bottles, books. Yeah, alright. Where's the initials? I don't see it, but alright. What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressive towards me all of a sudden? Naruhodo, be careful. It must be the trunk. Ah! Fud. Toby, oi, what are you doing? You're gonna lick his face off. Naruhodo, Naruhodo! Gina, quickly, hail a carriage. Wait, did he bite off our face? Or like... 2nd November, 4:17 p.m. Naruhodo's legal counsel. See. Okay, why our face though? What happened? Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, are you alright? Miss Susato? Ah, conscious again at last. A blessed relief, my dear fellow. After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier, most unseemly. What isn't unseemly is irrelevant here, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, he just fainted. I'm so glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling? I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? What's this on my head? A bandage? Sadly, he had no ice, so that's the compressed of some sugar water. Sugar water? Don't worry, Naruhodo. It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me. Oh, thank you. So, let us take tea when you're feeling up to it. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup. Ugh, the bottom of my head is throbbing sweetly enough. Don't worry. Whenever you feel ready then. Alright, Sholmes, what's up? Thank you for your concern, Sholmes? Zeb was JB. Ha. Susato takedown isn't that special anymore. Get Susato takedowns. Ha. My dear fellow, think nothing of it. I must say I was quite startled when I heard you'd been attacked by a dog. For a moment, I feared that infamous murderer of so many years had come back from the dead. You mean the professor? Fortunately, I see your prized throw is unscathed. That stiff, turned-up collar of yours obviously afforded some welcome protection. Was I that close to death? All I remember is that the dog licking my face over and over again. Well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in the future, little mustard spread on the cheeks should do the trick. I should think that would balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly. Alright, let's get some tea now. Kettle as always. It doesn't feel right somehow, unless it is. Seems unusual scent today. Perhaps the sweet potatoes that I brought back from Japan with me already. Go. Oh, Naruhodo, I heard that you know. Tears of joy, Mrs. Zato, from my mouth. 50 days. Would it be preserved? I guess it could. Alright, let's go downstairs then for tea. Let's talk, Sholmes.
Schwarzbiergebot. Brodend Wien, Feuerberg.
Oh, Mikotaba. Why is it German music? What on earth is going on here? Am I having a bad dream? Ah, no, it's an old German folk song. Rather a fine rendition, I think. That's the least of my concerns. Iris? Did he get drunk and tell her about Wilson? Iris, what's the matter? I think she knows now. I don't know. It's Mikotaba. Who is that sprawling, I mean that relaxed gentleman over there? Iris, is she even listening? Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for troubling you whilst you're singing so merrily, but would you be kind enough to explain the situation? Well, that worked. Okay, deduction time. A crooning gentleman, a mute young girl, a rather tantalizing juxtaposition. And one that appears to have... Is he drunk? Yeah. Did he mention drunk? No, crooning. Ah, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... The strains of reasoning with me are playing a delight. Hold on. One melody you sings, a reunion full of nostalgia. Hold on, let me take a note of something. 3:47:50. Cool. One sec. One sec. 3:37. This is for a thumbnail. Just for a potential thumbnail. I'm just like keeping track of a time. Alright, there we go. More just thumbnail. It's cause like I can't like what's it called? Iris is like super low down. That's the text box always covers her up. So I'm thinking, that'd be pretty cool for the thumbnail potentially. So like if I click the quote record, it removes the textbook for a slight second, so I can then just grab it from the video. Like compared to the Ace Attorney games, there isn't really like any like database for. There's no database for the what's it called? Like the sprites and models. There is like on the wiki, but I'm being really careful not to like go down. And also it's like ripped from the DS game and not like the HD remaster models. So I have to like magic wand it out for like thumbnail uses. But then again, this guy's behind, so I don't know if I don't know. It's harder to use. No, as in like at least it's just Sholmes and Iris on the thumbnail. I'll probably like be in front of this guy. It's not like it's just the characters posing. It's not like anything big. That's the thing. A reunion of nostalgia. Okay, now is now gonna be the reveal. Well, it's the other. It's a morals theme, not a great secret you're trying to desperately conceal. Iris. You can't hide the text. Yeah, it's like I can hide the text slightly. It's by doing this, very slightly. There's a split second when the text disappears. I can just grab it. I can grab it from the recording in the for the thumbnail, pretty much. She's turned as white as a sheet. Does she think that that's Wilson? It's Mikotaba though. As usual, you've listened to these scenes to the very heart of the matter. I think it's Mikotaba. We'll see. And by the time my own brief performance is over, I feel sure this gentleman's song reaches its finale. So then, to Music Land, where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray, do enjoy Herlock Sholmes' latest logic and reasoning spectacular. Oh, this is without his like coat. We always see him doing this in his coat as well. He's always in his coat. First time without his coat. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's German. With no grasp of the English language. as evidenced by the Germanic song he sings, and his apparent inability to understand what is asked when asked to desist. He's fucking with us so hard. So why is the man here at all, and in such desperately, apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow your gaze or the bright young eyes to unravel the particular part of the mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. Doubtful. You obviously offered our German guest a cup of your latest herbal blend, and the tea's delectable flavors has made the man sing sore. And resulted in his joyful ditty tumbling incessantly from his lips. I eagerly await sampling the flavour myself, but I may join the fellow in a state of elation. Now to the next question. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly to the settee? Oh, because I mentioned that. Why does Mikotabo look like Wilson so much in his like? When Mikotabo wears his suit, he looks like Wilson so much with his hat and suit. So it's like, if this was intentional to be the actual play, to make Iris mistake him for Dr. Wilson, like fair play, damn. As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged in my services in solving a particular delicate case. He required a retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he arrived in my office in a mask. Yeah, the mask is Cosimus though. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund von Ormstein. Wrong guy. That's the guy from the case. That's the guy from the case. From the balloon, hot air balloon. The King of Germany. If my memory serves, the mask worn by the gentleman is identical. Yes, there could be no question. The mask belongs to the King of Germany. No, it's Cosimus. It would appear His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him, and has decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude. I just wonder how this happened. What the hell happened? A well-mannered monarch indeed. Wouldn't you agree, my dear fellow? So, the identity of this Miss Moskvitzer is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the Great Exhibition. No. No, that's the guy from the trial. No, it's not. This is great. The girl's silence. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. Let me save quickly. I might want to use this for something. Let me just save it as a scene. I want to save it as a scene just in case I use it for something. For the thumbnail. Just saving the scene just in case. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. The King of... No. The reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. A £5 note, I believe, I must say. As your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. It would appear you've allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness. Right, one sec. Oh, but this deduction thing's in the way. I need to time it. Oh, I saved the scene anyway. There we go. It appeared that you've allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness, earning yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the King's secret. Alright. I can always go back anyway in my own time. And now, the final piece of the puzzle. What is this secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris? Ah yes, we need only follow the brief, involuntary twitch of your eyes to find the answer. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. Oh no, a cup broke at least. My favourite coffee cup, in fact. Or should I say, the handle of my favourite coffee cup. He just looks so silly. It appears his high-spirited highness broke in the midst of his hijinks. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. We're in 1900s. 1900. Like 1910 at most. But like 1900. With us to the sad truth. My favourite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany and Iris. You tried to conceal it from me. I shall have a bill sent via governmental channels to the German royal family for its replacement. To hide the coffee cup. No. Unless he got knocked out. Maybe Iris knocked him out. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this painful puzzle. I think maybe Iris knocked him out. That's not it. With your silence as well. The fellow's jovial warbling rather rings in the ears, does it not? Mr. Sholmes, I must say something does rather trouble me. Pray, Mr. Zato, do tell. His Royal Highness doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we arrived. Ah. You haven't said a word either, Iris. Ah. If Sholmes has it alright, you might as well own up to it now. Alright, just for the whole absurdity of all this, I like this deduction, like, I think it's up there in one of my favourite deductions in this game. It's just, the absurdity of it is just so great. It's so great. Your reasoning is entirely without substance, I must admit. And one other thing, Sholmes... Yes, another grievance, Mr. Naruhodo? Surely not. Well, I actually read the story of that case recently you were just describing, and according to that at least, it wasn't the King of Germany, it was the King of Bohemia. Ah yeah, Bohemia. Close enough. Goodness, was it? Yes, that's quite true. Master Gotts the Prince testified in court. In his words, I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. To be fair, Sholmes mentioned that he's bad with names. He doesn't remember, like, that far. Sometimes. I'd ask you to keep your minor error to yourself. It could easily become quite a scandal. I believe, Naruhodo, that it's our turn now to make corrections to a number of minor errors that have slipped in. Yes, even Sholmes is willing to admit he might be slightly wide of the mark this time. Although it's clear that Iris is definitely hiding something. We need to find the truth behind this mysterious scene. But one truth is uncontrivable. My favourite coffee cup is no more. So, shall we embark again? On a joint presentation of Holmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. To be fair, I have a favourite cup myself. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. King of Germany. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly he's German with no graduate English language, as evidenced by the Germanic song and his inherent inability to understand when asked to desist. So, why is this man here at all and in such apparently high spirits? Is she been told her father died? I don't know. We'll see. Either that or she thinks that's it. Either that or Iris thinks that's Wilson. We'll see. The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only look at the gaze of this bright eyes to unravel the picture part of this mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is the herbal it's the record player. It's the music player. So, what? It's some mix of herbs that gives you the urge to sing? Goodness, I should like to try some. And I'd like to hear your singing, but this man... Just how long does he intend to keep out of that tune, do you suppose? As I said, he's been stuck still the entire time, and if you look closely, his lips aren't moving either. He'd be crying in a corner. True, but this is close enough. Close enough. Maybe, oh no, we'll see. It's close enough, but because he's not talking to us. I'm not sure what was responsible for the spirited singing. The answer lies at the end of Iris's gaze. Yeah, it's this. The gramophone. Wait, this is a gramophone still rarely seen in our own country. The sound certainly appears to be coming from the horn. But the machine's singing! That can't be right! Science and technology are changing the world rapidly, Mr. Naruhodo. What's right is changing too. It's too much for my brain. Well, at least we found our answer. Yeah, it's a gramophone.
Take that!
The real reason for the man's... This feels like satire. To be fair, like, Sholmes is just going like... He's just messing with us as well. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the gramophone. Indeed, for no well-bred gentleman would break into an obscure folk song when making a social call. In other words, the gentleman isn't singing at all. In fact, it would appear the fellow is unconscious. Yeah, thanks, Sholmes. Can we turn it off now? Good. The music seems to have stopped now. I ask you, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish? How should I know? How should I know? Well, never mind. On the deduction. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the settee? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particular delicate case. He required a retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have served problematic. In order to conceal his noble ID, he also arrived in my office in a mask. That gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund von Wormstein, the King of Germany. If my memory serves, the mask worn by the victim gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question. Yeah, King of Germany. It's like, bruh, what are you on about? Ah, I see. Damn. I see. Hopefully, it can still work out for you, but yeah, damn. I know, like, your hardware seems fine, you mentioned, so, Unless you have, like, another computer, or, like, laptop, I don't know. It seems Sholmes intends to persist with the Germany theory for some reason. Now to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he? Oh, good point. Master Gotz, the boy whom you had in tears? Don't remind me, or anyone else. You suppose all members of the aristocracy of mainland wear masks? Sure they do. Well, probably. Anyway. The point is that mask doesn't belong to any king. No, that's right. As we know, because we can identify the true owner of the mask. It's Kazuma.
Take that!
Yeah, they tried that already. Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to Kazuma Asogi. In other words, my memory is sublimely Thanks, Sholmes. Only you could try to make that sound positive. Kazuma's mask has been languishing on a metal chest for several days, but doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now. But it's now a simple matter to determine our guest's true identity. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. We need only excuse ourselves in advance, generally leave the mask and peer beneath it. Yes, Mikotaba. I don't believe it. Ah! Well, actually, no. Because Iris already met with Mikotaba. So never mind. Iris met Mikotaba a while ago. Father. I'm afraid, Mrs. Zato, you must be No, I think not, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, Iris is... Wait, not Iris. Suzato is also doing her posing now. Then it would appear our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. This mysterious visitor is my unconscious father, Eugene Mikotaba. Alright. Iris is playing around. I don't know why Iris is hiding it, unless it's like logic and reasoning, or just looking and saying. I was about to say, like, just take off the mask and listen with your ears. If without Iris is like, damn, your father's a deadbeat. What's he doing? Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. No way, I could have known. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is your knapsack. No, it's not. So, that's a £5 note from the knapsack. Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money we encounter is the coin form. I know, I'm not even sure if we've seen any banknotes here in prison at all, have we? But anyway, however, we'd never have paid money for Iris' silence. Seems to be like the silent type himself, though, judging by his present state. There must be some other reason for Iris' silence, I suppose. Perhaps what Iris is trying to hard to give away with her eyes, something entirely different. What do you have? What's Iris really looking at? Okay. Let's check the bag then. Now I think about it, Iris always wears that little bag on her back, doesn't she? Yes, that's right. Although it's easy to forget about it because you can't see it from the front. There are always 2 felt dolls attached to it as well. Are there? I had no idea. Me neither. Is it possible there's always a £5 note sticking out from her back that I never noticed before too? I couldn't say with absolute certainty, but I think it's unlikely. Wait, where do we go? Oh, it's open. The chest is open. The metal chest? This important documents, doesn't it? These are all the cases Sholmes worked on over the years. Written by Iris' father, if I remember correctly. It says the chest is kept locked at all times. She's never once shown me inside. Its contents are invaluable to her, I suppose. Entirely impraisable. But look at it now. The catch is unlocked, for once. Ah, so it is. That's hard to ignore. Very. I haven't seen a chest unlocked before in all that time we've been staying here at Baker Street. Okay, but it's the lock.
Take that!
Alright, what's inside? Or did Sholmes... Or did she find Sholmes' thievery? Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside the metal chest. An excellent observation. Upon closer appearance, there is something different about the chest's appearance. It's kept locked at all times, yet now the catch is open. Evidently, something has to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. But it's simple enough matter to incite you to speak, I'm sure. Merely, I need to open his chest. What's in the chest? Here we go. No! Hurley, don't! Oh, I see. Mr. Sholmes! Hurley! I see. She trapped it. He's dead. Never! Oh, Hurley, I told you not to open it. Oh, wait, because you found your voice now, Iris. Ah. In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is somewhat different to the usual dance or deduction you perform with Sholmes, isn't it? Well, he's left me alone on the ballroom floor, so I'm going to have to dance this time alone. This part solo. Anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this for my own peace of mind. Now then, Iris isn't usually the quiet type, so we don't actually know the answer yet, despite knowing pointing of the finger. Mr. Zato, something that's managed to point his finger first and think later. Come to this, I'm gonna have to find a laptop which I stashed away a long time ago. I see, yeah. Hopefully it works on your laptop. Like, it feels weird that it wouldn't work on your PC. It's weird. I think we'd better examine Iris more closely and try to rescue the situation then. Why can Iris open her mouth? Oh, there's the dolls. They're over here. They're over here. The key. They're anti-emulator, yeah, because of the cheat stuff going on. Yeah, Sholmes got punched. There's a key she's holding, look. I'm sure that wasn't in her hands before, was it? No, you're quite right. It appeared as if by magic. That's strange. A big old iron key. Where did it materialize from?
Take that!
Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is... engine update. I see. Keep behind your back. When Sholmes was thrown into the air before... Just before you called out to try to stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth. That something is the key. Oh! She had the key in her mouth. Ah! I see. It ran better for anyone who can play it. I see. You're so clever, Runo. So now it becomes clear. Thanks to Sholmes' graphic demonstration, we can well imagine what happened here. But Professor Mikotaba also opened the metal chest, only to be punched in the air. And Lance sprawled on the settee. But wait, that doesn't explain all the facts. What about a stylish scarf and a cup of tea? Above all, why would he be wearing Kazuma Sama's mask? Well, for those details, I think only one explanation. Clearly, unbelievable miracle took place in the room. Isn't that right, Iris? Oh, it just fell on him. He opened it, and then... See how the room was arranged before the whole painful experience took place. And we could top open the chest, being unaware of what awaited him inside. The mask was flung into the air just as he was, only to land neatly on his face when it fell back down. Looking cool. And a teacup's journey through the air ended when it caught by the professor's fingers. You mean to say that the stylish scarf is actually just a tablecloth? This is the great detective's office after all, a place of miraculous deductions. Would you expect anything else? Less. Why? Okay, my guy opened up a chest with stuff on top of it. Yes, you're right. It happened exactly as you said. Brilliant, Runo. Thus concludes Ryunosuke Naruhodo's great deduction of this punchy puzzle. Yeah, he got punched. Well, it's obviously a chest, so... Well then, why don't they make a fresh pot of tea for us all?
Objection!
Oh, he has an objection now. Oh, because last time he didn't have an objection. Or at least, that's it. That's cool. And performance, Mr. Naruhodo. But in the final act of the show there, you missed everything of importance. Mr. Sholmes! We can't frame him anymore, no. If you will cast your mind back to my earlier deduction. Iris, clearly you're hiding a great secret. She is? From the look on her face. Someone's supposed to be right. Whatever grand secret it is, it's not at the bag yet. I love Sholmes a lot. They're great. He's great. So I put it to you again. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. God's sake. It really is a shame about Sholmes' cup. It must have been smashed with Mikotaba opening the chest. Oh dear. So many things seem to have been broken here. But now the deduction has taken a different direction. I just don't see you trying to hide the broken cup anymore. In other words, her great secret is something else. Let's put our observational skills to work here one final time, then. What do you have? Oh! Oh, this case file! Is it Clint's? Is it Clint's case file? The paper here. I was just trying to hide them underneath her tray. The insignia, Mr. Sholmes, is an official... Mr. Naruhodo! Is an official Scotland Yard document. What? But would Iris have... You must ask her. An official Scotland Yard document.
Take that!
You were attempting to abscond with that case file. Iris, as you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective. Ah. Oh no. We visited Scotland Yard's autopsy lab earlier today, and Dr. Gorey informed us that the autopsy report of Clint Van Zeeks had gone missing. Clint Van Zeeks. Yes, I do seem to recall. That's some years ago. I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris? Oh, did Iris take it? You mean it was you, Iris? Maybe because it's her father's, like, autopsy. That's why she took it as memorabilia. Maybe she have... There are... I'm sorry. Forgive me. Ah. Maybe because it's Wilson's autopsy. Maybe that's why. Maybe because it's Wilson's autopsy. Ah. Let's find out. In truth, I would like to have thought I could have predicted that booby-trapped chest. But it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly late consulting Detective Sherlock Sholmes. I'm sorry, Hurley. So you mean this autopsy report is really... Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important. Was there something in that troubled you, Iris? Not exactly something that troubled me. Something I'd been looking for. When I saw this report, when I saw the writing in it, I knew it was Daddy's. Yeah, it's because it's Wilson's. But the writing, handwriting, duh. Your father's writing? What do you mean? Iris, it must be something that's hard for her to talk about. Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes, what is it? Is he coming too now? The poor gentleman on the settee has been somewhat forgotten. For father! Perhaps we should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest? Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Would you be so kind as to lend him your bed? Do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel. Oh, of course. I hope you carry him up. So will I. No, I can manage alone, thank you. You have tea to enjoy. He's breathing, he's breathing. He's alive, yeah. Just like, you know, that's not comfortable. We don't want Iris's brew to stew. Because there's no better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs like a trunk. I wonder, perhaps that was deliberate. Maybe Shums is making himself scarce to give Iris the chance to talk more freely. Ah, good point. We must use the opportunity to talk with Iris. Okay, and find out what's going on. Okay, Iris, what's up? Your dad. Would you like to tell us about it, Iris? About your father? I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Harley's partner. In the notes about that case, the cases they solved are inside a metal chest. That's right. Hurley told me, you see. He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet. That's one way to describing it. Then, when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build up a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like. Well, that's only natural. You're just like any other girl of your age. I read that Daddy was a professor of medical science, so I studied and took my degree too. What? Well, that's only natural, I suppose, at 10 years old. In that respect, you're not quite like any girl your age, though. But there was one thing that I could never find out. Daddy's name. Huh? His name wasn't anywhere in the notes that he made about work with Hurley. But then one day... Oh, that's when you found out his name. I see. When you saw the autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out. Is that right? Yes. So it was the handwriting in the report that caught her eye. When I saw the writing on that report, I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting. I thought to myself, because it was the same as the writing you'd seen in your father's case notes? Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I need to see them side by side. I was a doctor in the lab, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. Even worse, I was told that the first and last time we'd be allowed even to look at it there. So you decided to steal it. When I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. The writing was the same. It was Daddy's. And the signature of the coroner at the bottom of the autopsy report read, Dr. John H. Wilson. That's how I finally found out. I learned Daddy's name at last. I see. Ever since then, I've called myself Iris Wilson. And that's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with Hurley. I decided there and then I'd write the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Oh, Iris, I had no idea the stories had quite such a deep personal significance for you. I feel it was apparent, like, it was her dad, so yeah. I can see why the autopsy report was so important to her now. And why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it. I must apologize, Iris. Ah. This is really all my fault. Hurley, I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret. Ah. I know, I've been very naughty. I return to Dr. Gory and apologize, I promise. Yes, we'll go together, I think. Can we see it? Then let me look after it for you until we get there. Clint's report has been added to the core record. Yeah, hopefully your net subsides, but it seems like even with the VPN, it's not great, it seems. Coroner John H. Wilson, Clint Van Zeek's Mayo, 33, British, 31st of May, 9 PM and midnight. What? He died twice. Oh, between 9 PM and midnight. They're from a single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on little and ring finger, but no document in corresponding ink was found. Inks Scarlet ink stains on little and red ring finger. Autopsy findings. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. What was it though? Vital evidence found in his stomach. Gregson. If Gregson was involved in, yeah, death from a stab wound to the heart. So it's not by the professor then. It's literally just like a duel. For some reason, he was fighting someone with a sword. If he was fighting, I don't know, why would he be fighting? Who would be fighting then? Asogi? Genshin? Why? Just katana versus sword. Let's go. Unless it's like Strongheart. Like, yeah, I'm gonna duel you now. I don't know. But we don't know the evidence found in the stomach though, unfortunately. Clint swallowed the evidence. Yeah. We don't know what it is though. We don't know what though. Was forced into him, yeah. Either that or like it was set up. Like Gregson or someone, yeah, made him ingest something. I must go and water my herbs, I think. To frame him, yeah. I'll see you all later. Poor Iris. She must be feeling awful. I know Sholmes is here for her, but still. Go the latter, yeah. Ah! What? How? What's the meaning of this, Sholmes? Sholmes? Oh dear me. So, you've noticed, I see. But that would mean... What on earth's the matter, Shizato? You've turned as white as a sheet. Is this autopsy report? Yeah, no hound, yeah, it's a duel, not a hound. The writing. Isn't Wilson's... Oh, alright, fine. What's up? Huh? What do you mean? What could you possibly know that? Because I know the writing very well. It's my father's. Where are we going with this? Huh. Where are we going with this then? Yeah, that'd be sick. That would be sick if it turns out, like, sick in a good way. Like, that would be cool if they were siblings. That would be amazing. I'd love that. That would be sweet. But, what, just some random ass dude called Wilson? So what, Iris's real name is what? Iris Mikotaba? I don't know. My father's. What? Mikotaba's. Indeed, it's true. And now you know. My dear fellows. No, I don't know anything. What does this mean, Sholmes? Because the idea that slowly forming in my mind is too extraordinary to believe. Please, explain. Autopsy report writing. So your partner was Mikotaba. We were led to believe it was Watson. Well, Wilson, because of like Sherlock Holmes knowledge. And like all that stuff. Let's see. So, this autopsy report was actually penned by Mikotaba. Why is his name Wilson? Unless like Mikotaba wrote it for Wilson. Not possible, surely. Not possible, my dear fellow. Pray, take a deep breath and think again. Book reading days screw me. You're right in some ways. It actually makes a great deal of sense. It does? 10 years ago is when Father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Britain. And prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikotaba engaged? Yes, take care, take care. Of course, he was an assistant in Dr. Wilson's lab, learning about forensic science. And as assistant, He would have aided with dissection work, making detailed notes, which would be assembled into full autopsy report. Yeah, Iris is 10 years old. Oh, he was... Wait, but if Mikotaba was her father... True, 10 years old, yeah. Mikotaba, when he was here in Britain... Who's the wife? Let's wait and see. Let's just see. I don't know. Where are we going with this? Let's reassemble to a full autopsy report. Once the work was complete, the head coroner would check the contents, put a signature in the document. Ah. In other words, the only writing is his signature. I see. So Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? She saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Wilson. Which is very understandable, of course. What a complicated situation. Turned out it's written by Mikotaba. Yo, so who's your partner, fam? Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits. Yeah, The Adventure of Herlock Sholmes, written by Iris. And we really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction. Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure. What about this supposed partner of yours? Do he really exist or not? Ah, you've come straight to the point, I see. And please come straight to the answer. I believe Iris explained it in one of her installments. He was trusted comrade, only for a second truly have called a friend. And did this partner of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest? Absolutely, my dear madame. Absolutely. So, where's your partner now? Oh, that's why Mikotaba has the Hound of Baskerville. Oh. That would explain why he has the Hound of Baskerville in the first place. Based on Sholmes' word alone. Well, besides that, she first did her initial stories were from the case notes, and afterwards was from Sholmes. We rarely meet. You see, he lives on the other side of the world. But if this autopsy report and the records of your cases was penned by the same hand, and the autopsy report was written, though not signed, by your famous partner, there would be only one logical conclusion. Pray, impress me. Your partner would have to be Yujin Mikotaba. In other words, Sasato's father. Upon my word. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? You are coming along wonderfully. You have hit upon my method at last. The method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction. You mean to say... Allow me to introduce you to my great friend and partner, Mikotaba. Okay, yeah, they were like fucking with us with the whole Wilson-Watson thingy. And it's like... It's meant to, like, put you off regarding... Okay, Iris, your dad's not dead. Let's talk. This guy who died doesn't matter. He's dead. You don't know him. It's fine. This guy's your dad. Who cares about him? Professor Mikotaba. So when did you get a wife here? Wait... Mikotaba, what were you doing in Britain? What were you doing? Is Iris your daughter? Does this mean that you're the real Dr. Wilson? No, my dear. I'm still my old self. Yuji Mikotaba, your father. Oh, of course. This is obviously too much for Sasato's heart to take in. I must say, though, how my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity as a great Silver is the greatest mystery of all. I still remember the first time we met. Pray remind me, when was it again, Mikotaba? 16 years ago, Sholmes. Yes, quite. 16 years ago now. I just arrived from Japan with Sashiro and Genshin. I was in search of a lodgings close to the hospital, some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price, but rents are dangerously high in that particular area. That's right, so I decided I needed someone to share lodgings and the expense, and was fortunate to be introduced to Sholmes, who found himself in a similar situation. I was a callow fellow back then, a mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. I was working in the hospital's chemical lab at the time, indulging my curiosities for little gain. And the situation of the cohabitation led to us pursuing cases together, you see. Hard to believe. It was a mere 6 years. We had a great many adventures. But in the last year of Mikotaba's stay in Britain, the most infamous of cases presented itself. Okay, yeah, this is Sholmes' link to the 10 years ago case. Damn. The case of which you've been rather familiar yourselves with, the professor killings. After the trial, Sashiro and I were summoned back home. Hardly surprising, given the circumstances. And so there you have it. As you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remain in the metal chest. This is amazing. Mikotaba really is Sholmes' famous partner. Then who's the dad? Who's Iris's dad? Father? Goodness, my dear, what cutting look. As your daughter, I'm very proud to learn you were the great detective's great partner. But, nevertheless, there's another mystery that I really must ask you to explain now. Bruh, who's Iris? You know very well what it is. The unresolved matter of Iris' father. Of course, forgot about that one. Explain now, fam. Explain now. Were you doing cheatings abroad? I should have seen this coming, I suppose. Iris' father. Iris told us that all the notes about the great detective's adventures are in a metal chest and were written by her father. Isn't that correct, Sholmes? That is indeed what I told you, young Iris. But if you're Sholmes' partner, father, do it half of the board away. Let's see how he explains himself here. Then Iris' father must be you. Pardon my word, Mrs. Otto. You are coming along wonderfully as well. You too have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction. What? What you've always told me, father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago. And you left me in grandmother's care while she embarked on a study tour of Britain. And I've always accepted that. But all this about Iris... Ooh, there it is! Zato's ice cold stare. Now hold on a minute. It was rather complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think. Then perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what it is. There it is. Now the eyes go from ice cold to red hot. Just before she... No, really, you've got the wrong end of the stick. Sholmes, say something, man. Alright, let's go, Susato. That's quite enough, my fiery fellows. Sholmes, when do you get dressed up? Whilst I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past, Mikotaba and I have an urgent matter to out. Quite a short excursion. Oh, come on, man. Don't leave us hanging. Where must you go? Why, my dear madame, is that not obvious? My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. So, get your coat, Mikotaba. The game is afoot. Oh, this theme. It seems cool. But, Sholmes, I really must give Susato a full explanation, I think. Okay, yeah. I think it's intentional that Wilson and Mikotaba look similar as well. It's intentional. It's intentional that these two look similar as well when Mikotaba wears his like hat and suit. It's intentional. 100% power. Later, my dear fellow, later. Our jet carriage awaits us downstairs already. Come on, I want Iris to find out. I want Iris to find out in the game and not be like, we know what happened with Iris, she found out in the future. I want to see her reaction, and like, if her and Susato are sisters, that'd be cute. That'd be cute. That'd be cute. You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really, I visit our home after 10 long years, and when I open that chest in a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably pass out. And if that weren't enough, when I eventually regain consciousness, I'm plunged straight into all this. Father, please, go with Sholmes now. What? He's not cheating if Subato's... I guess so, but like, at least tell your daughter you have a sister. Or is he ashamed? I've no doubt that whatever happened, you're acting in everyone's best interest. I trust you. Completely. Susato... and sending the great detective and his great partner off on a renewed adventure together. It's more than I could have hoped in my wildest dreams. Very well then. We'll speak again later. So, I believe your own work is done for the day. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Yes, Naruhodo. Good luck in battle, and in reaching a decision. Decision? About whether to go back to Japan, I suppose. Can Sholmes come with us to Japan? Like, we all go to Japan.
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself. It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth.
Alright, let's go.
And that all the turmoil was necessary.
Okay, so... his identity is important.
To give me the resolve to see everything through.
Okay. Let's see how all this adds up in the end. Alright, that's episode 4 done. On to... We'll do a bit of the next episode. But we'll probably do like... Next week, I'm doing Saturday, Sunday, Ace Attorney. And if it turns out there's a lot more to do, we'll do Monday as well. So... Looking forward to seeing where we go. Trial Part 1. Final Chapter. The Resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Third November, 9:14 AM. The Old Bailey. Defendant's Antechamber. You're in the endgame now, yeah. So, the time has finally come. Today, we unravel everything. I'll be counting on your support more than ever today, Mrs. Zato. Susato? Ah. Gee, thanks. Oh no, what's the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Nothing. I was just saying that I'll be relying on your support today, but I'm so sorry. Of course. I know I can be rather incompetent at times, but I shan't let you down. Would you mind helping me up, then? Oh dear. I'm really very sorry. Oh, this is different. This music is different. It's slightly different. It's slightly different as well. It's more grander. So it doesn't sound as her usual self at all. But that's hardly surprising, I suppose. Yeah, because you find out your dad, Iris is your sister in some way, and your dad has a daughter other than you. So it's a revelation. Let's see where this leads us. The only time when you're incompetent starts is when you're not in court. She's just found out her father is the partner of a world-famous detective. Not to mention... Yeah, Iris is your sister. Let's bring Iris. Let's bring Iris to Japan. Let's go to Japan with Iris and Sholmes. All of us go to Japan. Holiday time. Good morning, sir. And then he's just here like, what's this family drama? Lord Van Zeeks. Thank you for all your efforts yesterday. What? Did I hear that correctly? What? What? Oh, no, nothing. I hope we can clear things up today. I really can't make this man out. His face says I hate you. But his words are almost jovial today. In fact, he hasn't been very Reaper-like at all since all began yesterday. Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, Naruhodo. Good point. The Reaper. I suppose in hindsight. Yeah, his face is just like grouchy. I shouldn't have allowed that misconception to go unchallenged. Yeah, probably the best. Like, honestly, hopefully we see... Wrong picture. Hopefully we see Van Zeek smile again. I want to see him smile again. Huh? It was my tacit acceptance of the pseudonym. My failure to stop the Reaper becoming more than a mere legend that led to all this. But you're not to blame, Lord Van Zeeks. It's a curse, yeah. It's only because serious crime in the capital dropped off so sharply when the public started calling you that. That's why you didn't say anything, isn't it? To be frank, I'm not sure that was the sole reason. What do you mean? There was a rumor at the time that the Reaper was really the ghost of my late brother. Oh yeah, that having been slain by the evil killer, Clint's restless spirit returned as some sort of demigod. To wield the deadly blade of justice where I, by dint of the law, could not. Yes, we've heard that story too. When I lost him, I felt as though I'd lost my guiding light. I didn't know where to go or what to do. And so, in some small way, I wonder if those rumors made me feel his absence a little less keenly. Ah, it's cope, like, his spirit is with you, kind of deal. Even if I knew it was just an illusion, just some nonsense conjured up by an over-imaginative public. He was obviously very important to you. Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Well, what's more important now is uncovering the truth. That's all that matters now. Let me just check something. Alright, just checking who we got in the court record. Just, Maria. Well, that's as in newly added. We didn't get, like, Clint or anything. Well, what's important now is uncovering the truth. That's all that matters. I know you didn't take anyone's life. And I intend to prove that beyond a shadow of a doubt in court today. I never thought I'd say this, but I can see in your eyes that burning desire to cut through all the lies and deception. I can't deny it any longer. You are a lawyer of absolute integrity. Thank you. Now, tell me, why do I detect the scent of expensive tea leaves in the air? Oh, Iris? Oh, Iris! Alright, he takes the words out of my mouth sometimes. There's a few lines where I say the line before he even says it. When did you get here? Oh, come on, come with us in court, please. I want to have, like, every assistant with us. And Holmes, and Sholmes. Sholmes, Iris, Cesato, all in court together. I brought you one of my special blends. The group's all here. I hope everyone's together, yeah. I hope we get, like, Sholmes in the witness stand for some reason. Again, for some reason. Hurley loves it. It helps him clear his head. I thank you. Oh. That's surely the first time in Lost I'll ever see a sight like this. You seem different today, Iris. Oh? Sort of subdued, I suppose. I am not. What happened yesterday is obviously still playing on her mind a lot. She's clearly very troubled about having stolen that autopsy report from Scythe. Alright then. Good luck to you both. I have to make a move now. Oh, you're not staying? I thought you'd want to watch today's proceedings. Well, I'd like to cheer you on, obviously. But I've got lots to get ready. Get ready? For what? Oh, yes. Would you take this? Isn't that one of your little felt dolls that's usually dangling from your knapsack? Oh, there it is. Yeah, we see it a little bit. It's there, slightly. But we saw it when we examined during the deduction. It's a lucky charm. A little Hurley that I once made. A Hurley? It's more like a Hurley. If for some reason you complete one of options in today's trial, then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can. What? Pull his ears? That's right. It's a way to bring good luck. I think you might need it. Irish's lucky charm has been entered into court record. He has 2 swords. I think it's right, you take the left. Ha! Alright. The Irish's lucky charm. Alright, that's cute. I wonder if there's actual merch of this or not. We can't examine it. I guess when we're desperate, we pull his ears. What a charming little rabbity version of Sholmes. Do you suppose this is how Iris sees him? Are you alright, Naruhodo? Your eyes are veritably boring into the poor doll's ears. Oh, sorry. I was just wondering. Do you suppose what would happen if I were to tug his ears with all my might right now? That we'll find out when the time is right. To become a proper gentleman, we must learn to stoic patience. I want to know. Okay, we have to wait. We have to wait. Nah, the hat is fine. It's just that. Yeah, we have to wait until the time is right. For like no options, pull his hair, pull his ears. I think we need his luck. I think it paints a courtroom, and it seemed very different to normal. Yes, it would seem. Mark my words. I can't check the hat. I can't check the hat. There's no option. I'm hovering over the hat, but it's no glowy. It's not glowing. I can't check the hat. Unless you mean like pull his ears and the hat comes off. But yeah, we can't do that yet. Someone decided to pull out all the stops. What does that mean? What about Sholmes, Iris? Alright, one sec. I don't know. He was out all night and he hadn't come back home by the time I left this morning. Oh, I see. Was Professor Mikotaba out all night? Too, do you think, Susato? Yes, it would seem so. I telegrammed the hotel this morning. And apparently they didn't come back to their rooms last night at all. They? Jigoku. Father and Jigoku. I mean, Jigoku too. That's right. Nobody appears to have seen either of them since yesterday. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Please make your way inside the courtroom at once. Alright, let's go. Good luck there, Runo. Good luck, Susie. Yes, thanks, Iris. And you, Mr. Reaper. I hope it goes well. Once again, I thank you for the delicious tea. It was very soothing. Oh, I'm so glad. Ah, they could be friends, honestly. We must go inside now. Oh wait, no, they met before, but slightly. But like, they could be friends. We must go inside now, Lord Van Zeeks. Oh yeah, they met in court. Iris was with us in court, but still. Alright, let's see what's special about this trial. We already know it's a closed court, but still. Lord Van Zeeks has always been the formidable prosecutor a lot courts within courts. But today, I battle with another in pursuit of the truth. My best friend, Kazuma Sogi. Just stop drinking expensive wine and drink tea. Ha! Maybe. Who I trust more than anyone in the world. And now I understand what it was that drew me here to Britain all those months ago. Now I know exactly what destiny had in store for me. It's all been leading up to this one day, to this one trial, to this one final reckoning. Here we go, endgame. Missed this heat. It's been 1 day since I've been exhausted. I haven't done much. Naruto's dead or still missed what we want to do. We're about to go into court now. Alright, spicy. Where's the judge? Feels even more oppressive here than it did yesterday. There are cold stares piercing me like knives from all sides today. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, look. Oh! Lord Strongheart. He's gonna be the judge today. He's gonna fix this trial. He's gonna try fix it. My guy's gonna fix this shit. Kazuma must have known beforehand. The ramifications of this trial now extend far beyond the murder of one Scotland Yard inspector. In fact, events have come to light that threaten to rock the very foundations of our country's legal system. The escape of a condemned criminal on the night of this execution, the subsequent unlawful unless it turns out Strongheart isn't sus, but it's like, Strongheart is mad sus, so it's like, let's see how we go with this. Subsequent unlawful shooting of the man, in the revelation that prison staff must have been complicit in the jailbreak. Britain is currently hosting influential members of the judiciary from countries from all around the world. It's imperative that we must uncover the truth in these proceedings to avoid international embarrassment. By royal decree, this will continue to be a closed trial. Stands up. And over which I, Mayo Strongheart, exercise total and unequivocal authority. Oh? Are you the judge? You're the judge and jury then? The 6 juror flames just... As was the case in yesterday's proceedings, those here present in the public gallery are distinguished members of the judiciary, assembled to bear witness to the judicial process. In other words, a collection of your acolytes, Lord Strongheart. Oh, he's setting this up. On a personal note, I find it the most distressing, Lord Van Zeeks. You were a prosecutor of exceptional talent. Much like your brother Clint, in fact. Gee, drag out the old wounds, why don't you? Damn! He's using his thing. His staff. Check PC. Oh, cheat engine. Ah. Strong has described the lost cities as having potential rock. Yeah, true. To be fair, yeah. It's both. To be fair, yeah. Court to be in session for the trial of Barak von Zeeks, who officially stands accused of murder. Okay, it's really imposing, yeah, because like the judge angle is like from a diagonal kind of like looking up view, not like straight on. We're looking up at him. Counsels for the prosecution and defense, are you in full readiness to proceed? Yeah, no doves, yeah. Defense is ready, my lord. As is the prosecution. Yesterday's proceedings brought to light a shocking and disturbing fact. There was a side to the victim, Inspector Tobias Gregson, that was unknown to his superiors at Scotland Yard. Yes, he was carrying out operations in secret, which Scotland Yard knew nothing about. And in those clandestine operations, he had an accomplice, Daily Vigil, who would be given the inspector's identification and present himself around the capital to establish credible alibis for Gregson. In that way, Gregson appeared to be carrying out his regular work, when in fact he wasn't. At the end of yesterday's session, Vigil, who had been suffering from amnesia, regained his memory. It would appear he buried the memories of the time deep inside himself as a means of self-preservation. Because whilst he was engaged as chief warder at Barclay Prison, he abetted the convict's escape. Mr. Vigil currently recuperating at St. Sinners, recovered enough to give a statement about his movements on the day prior to the incident. He's formally admitted to posting as Gregson while investigating the Red-Headed League. Guessing has benefits. Ha! Which brings us to the crucial issue, the victim's time of death. The defense yesterday proposed a suggestion that the victim may have been killed 1 day earlier. This was based largely on the discovery the victim's pocket watch had not been wound. The prosecution has something to report on that subject, my lord. Really? Go ahead, Prosecutor Asogi. Seeing through the gaslight, pretty much. I met once again the coroner to discuss the issue. She confirmed the defense suggestion could not be ruled out. Thanks, Asogi. Kazuma. It's entirely possible that Gregson was killed on 31st October, the day before his body was discovered. Unless Gregson was preserved and he was... No, that makes no sense because overcoat. Never mind. I was gonna say that Gregson was killed and then kept in the channel, the British Channel, between France and Britain, and it's cold. I don't think that's the case though, no. I have here an updated autopsy report that includes the remaining details, but the official opinion of the investigation team was made clear yesterday that the time of death was 5 PM on 1st November. There are indications of an attempt to disguise the real time of death, however. It seems the natural decaying process of the victim's body may have been slowed by keeping it chilled. That's out of the question. Yeah, don't push this shit. He's already pushing things by his agenda. There are no refrigeration devices in that part of London large enough to accommodate a human corpse. My lord, this is more than just conjecture. There's evidence to support the idea. We must investigate it thoroughly. Very well. The court will accept the new report's evidence. However, if this identity report is deemed to be accurate, it will give renewed significance to the movements of the victim on the day before the Fresno Street incident. It would, yes, especially since on that day, Inspector Gregson was using vigil to cover up his real movements. It's conceivable he was killed in the course of his secret activities. Do I sense that the prosecution has some information regarding those activities? Scotland Yard has put enormous effort into investigating that precise matter yesterday. I think we should begin by presenting the results of that investigation work. So the prosecution calls its first witness now. Ignorant judge, a sus and calculated one. Pretty much. The first witness, Gina. Okay, hi Gina. State your name and occupation for the court. Inspector Jean Lestrade, reporting. Representative of Scotland Yard. A self-conferred rank, but never mind. Gina, again? What's your problem, Otto? What's with that Gina, again? Look, eh? Ah. The boss meant the world to me. He done more for me than anyone else ever did. Oh, Inspector Gregson, you mean? He got me out that backslums to the East End and took me under his wing. Told me that life can have a purpose. So that's why I'm the best person to be standing here, speaking for him. Oh, Gina. Right, all out the goodness of Gregson's heart. Not at all armed twisted by Sholmes. Most relevant to these proceedings is the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations yesterday. Has revealed the victim was carrying out some assignment the police knew nothing about. Very well, very troubling. That face. Strongheart knew. So, Lestrade, let's hear what it says in our report. Coming right up, sir. Alright. Witness testimony. The victim's movements. All yard detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. Same face he always makes. Ha! But it's such a turn up a notebook that had a lot of secret meetings in them. According to that, the boss was looking into some smuggled goods dealing that day. Looks like it was a big job and all, but the culprits weren't on it yet. What matters is, we noticed that sort of Reaper at that place too. Can't keep fear away from Gina, but you can tell when Strongheart lies. Ha! Smuggled goods? I don't know, do I? I'm telling you, I was reading a book. Tobacco, tea, spices, medicines, goods of all sorts flow into London by illegal channels across the globe. Well known they are disposed of at black markets that take place in the capital. But the police are rarely able to locate them in time. So Inspector Gregson was investigating on these black markets. It's been suggested that high-ranking government officials may be involved in black market activity. No doubt Gregson was trying to avoid details of his investigations being leaked to involved parties. That would explain why he was operating on his own authority, or the Yard's knowledge. And do we know where the dealings were taking place? Smuggled tea. Ha! Yeah. In a particular room of a certain London Gentlemen's Club, on that day in question, their accused is known to have been there. That's the conclusion of Scotland Yard's investigation. That can't be. You haven't heard anything about this. Members of the club have testified to it. There's no question. The accused, Barak von Zeeks, was present. That would be very significant testimony then. Oh my, but we for once don't have to explain everything to a judge. Yeah, he knows, he knows. Lord Van Zeeks made no mention of this at all. In short, Van Zeeks had an ample opportunity to murder the victim. Very well then. Counsel for defense, begin your cross-examination. Alright, let's see. Where do we go here? Oh, Yard detectives, I suppose. I think we need a notebook. Give me the notebook. Oops, wrong one. I think we present the passport.
Hold it!
But let's check this first. So you went through Inspector Gregson's things? Yep, as part of the independent Lestrade investigation. I'm sure your superiors would be delighted that you're taking the initiative. Snuck into his office when no one was around. If anyone at the Yard had seen me going in there, they'd have toughed me straight out the street. This is sounding less and less like an investigation, and more like something else. Prosecutor understands that it was this very detective who discovered the notebook. You got that right. Nothing gets past Inspector Lestrade, and our trusty Assistant Chief Toby. We found it hidden in one of the desk drawer that had a false bottom. Ah, those ones. That's impressive. So when I went to hide myself where no one could find me, so I could have a butcher's out what was written in it. Because if anyone at the Yard had found me out, they'd have turfed me straight out the street. I'd given it now though. And as if it weren't for me, it would never have been found. Alright, we don't get to see it as evidence. Smuggled good dealings that day.
Hold it!
Green jacket, gumshoe. Oh, good point. Yeah, good point. And a dog. Yeah, good point. Actually, yeah, good point. I didn't think of that. Good point. Do you have any idea where these dealings were taking place? Yep. It was all there in the boss's notes. Let's see if I can remember. As I already said, illegal dealings were due to take place at Gentlemen's Club. Yes, I remember. But I was hoping to find out the name of the club. That won't be necessary. What? It's conceivable that club might be used again by the smugglers in future. Therefore, the prosecution has been asked not to reveal the name in these proceedings. I know what the fuss is all about. It's right here. All I've got to do is read it out. And I could too. I got this reading game buttoned up now. Oh, you can read now. Oh, right. You were illiterate. You can read now. That's good. Can I show you what I can do? Go on. What's the arm? The judge hasn't signaled his objection yet. Oh, we do the France thing because he went to France. He went to France. It's impossible. He went to France. This is closed court. Proceedings are confidential. There shouldn't be any possibility of the information being leaked. As I explained, there is some possibility of politicians being involved in this affair. Prosecution is rightfully exercising caution, I imagine. Being impressed by someone reading. No, my lord. The prosecution has no objection. Oh, he wants to hide this. Strong heart is like, keep this on the down low. Don't force it out. There's no question that Gregson was looking into his black market dealings, however. It's not yet established that he was on that particular trail in the day in question. If the defense requires to know the club's name, the prosecution has no intention of being obstructive. Yeah, he was pissed. He was pissed. Right then. I get to show off my reading skills. Apparently, the smuggled goods deal was happening at a gentleman's club called the Grouse.
Hold it!
The Grouse? What sort of club is that? I ain't got the foggiest. Club ain't my thing. But I'm kind of curious. There's no places where a foreigner like you would be readily admitted. Have you looked in the mirror recently? I tell you what, me and Chief Inspector Toby could go undercover. Could you, though? I could pick out a few good marks and see what else I could find out while I was there. I really don't think you should go picking out anything. Anyway, that's where these black market dealings were going to take place, is it? Yeah, it's gotta be. That's what the lower-ranking detectives at the yard reckon. Says the even lower-ranking detective. Alright, Paris. He went to Paris. He went to France. He went to France. So, that's wrong. He went to France. Passport, he went to France.
Objection!
No. Okay, what? And as judge, I deny your objection. There is no contradiction here. Wait, what? He went to France, though. Oh no, his permission to leave. He didn't go yet. He was meant to go. Within 1 week from Freddy. Never mind. He's meant to go. Oh, right. This was when he was going to like, go with Gina. Whoops. No contradiction, other than the fact that Far Eastern lawyers practicing British court. Gee, damn! Have you got bigotry? Wrong word. Xenophobia. One of those words. But they're by not so far away, Lord Chief Judge, if you remember. It's the grouse thing, but what do we do? Let me save so we don't have to go for that introduction again, just in case. Okay, it's to do with this grouse thing. Unless we press more, it could be like the other case, where like we get information from one thing that contradicts another one, like with gossip. A gentleman's called the Grouse. The Grouse. Okay. I don't see anything that contradicts it though. Candelabra, Clint's autopsy. I don't see. There's Gregson's trunk, but let's just talk more.
Hold it!
So how had Inspector Gregson come to find out about it in that case? That's the question, ain't it? But I'm just an apprentice, so why didn't she inform Scotland Yard of his findings? Yeah, that's why I was asking myself. Because, you know, I'm just an apprentice. When it suits you, yes. Anyway, the point is, something went out on that club. No question. You can't say that for certain, though, surely. So, Reaper at the Grouse. Lord Van Zeeks was at the club? He was. Detectives who visited the club yesterday to make inquiries confirmed it. Several members report the accused being admitted to the room in question as a guest. It looks like there's no disputing that he was there then. Well, we know that Lord Van Zeeks was investigating Gregson, didn't we? Perhaps he already discovered the inspector's secret notebook. We sent him to the club, you mean? Maybe. Presumably then, there are witnesses who can testify Gregson was there? No? No? Yes, no, maybe? None have been identified at the time. Alright, bit sus. So the important victims... the other important wasn't seen at the club. Oi, why ain't you asking the straight here, eh? So that's all I've got to work with. Gina's not holding back with that ice-cold stare of hers, is she? I really don't know what to make of all this. Zeeks told us he was visiting Inspector Gregson, but he never once mentioned that he met the inspector the day before the incident. You don't think Zeeks could have been lying to us, do you? That's not the only way to explain this. Oh? If everything Zeeks had told us is true, then there must be a mistake in the testimony somewhere. You mean There are details we've yet to uncover. Exactly. Clue perhaps that even Gina hasn't noticed. That's what we should be looking for here. The grouse. What contradicts the grouse then? I don't know. What contradicts the grouse? I guess the wig. Why was he wearing the wig in the first place? That's a very... I mean, we know, but why was he wearing it though? Well, maybe it has nothing to... because it has nothing to do with the notice board. This is confusing. This one's already tough from the start, from the get-go. Is there anything about the grouse here? No, this feels like it's not. St. Bart's public health report. Retrospective. Can we pull the charm already? I guess not. Where is the grouse? I don't think we learned about that. We tried the passport. There's nothing in here that extra. What street is it on? I don't know. I don't think she mentioned it, but I don't think it matters. Does it? It's called in the audience and looks genuine to me. Department, the number of details, all correct as well. There's no doubt this really is Inspector Gregson's identification. Yeah. 997 is... Oh, that's... Oh, she took Gregson's badge. No, that's the thing. Let me double check this. What club is that? Yeah, there's nothing in the newspaper I checked. It's all just public health report, Red-Headed League, this thing, Wealth of Nations, whatever the hell. Britain, something, yeah, nah. St. Bart's Health Services. The Foggiest Club's like my thing, I'm curious. Yeah, I tell you what, over and cover. No, I don't think the newspaper does. I mean, let me double check her first statement.
Hold it!
Gregson's things, yep, independent. Stuck in the office, bottom, fake bottom, blah blah. You got that right. That's impressive. You know, I'd found out. Ha. Right now I know you went for me. No, okay, yeah, no. This one is significant, but I don't see anything. Like, why was Gregson wearing a wig? Do it. I guess. Let's see.
Objection!
No. The newspaper, let's see then. Yeah, sure. Whatever. I don't... Over notice board?
Objection!
No, that makes no sense. The Red-Headed League things to be like, just something for Gregson to like seem like he's doing, but he's not. The notice board?
Objection!
No. I'm gonna die here, so I don't want to go through that dialogue. Another line then. Right, let me press the first statement just in case. It might be like... Let me do the first statement then. Just in case it's one of those, like, just set up the scene, press everything. Follow orders, do you, Gina? Nah, not me. I'm above all that. See? Oh. The boss always adds special orders for me. Grab us some fish and chips, or go and give Toby his grub, and that kind of thing. So, errands more than orders, then. The detective is still an apprentice, after all. Yeah, well, this apprentice ain't one to sit around and wait to be told what to do, even by the boss. That's why I've been doing my own investigation into what's happened. I didn't find much at first. Alright. Okay, it has to be this one then, the grouse. Something is contradictory about the grouse. Pressing others. We'll see. We've done the other ones already. Let me double check these last two. Gregson. That's the question, ain't it? Apprentice, so I'm apprentice. I'm an apprentice. Yeah. And then this is saying that Lord Van Zeeks was at the club. It's either that Zeeks was at the club, yeah. Okay, let me double check his belongings, maybe. Yeah, ice cold stare. A mistake that she made. A clue that Jean hasn't noticed. Okay, maybe it's the maybe because she... Let me double check the luggage. Let me double check the luggage just in case I miss something. The red wig on the last line. I doubt it. It's not... I don't think so. I don't think so. It's about Van Zeeks. The last line is Van Zeeks by that point. Let's double check this. Yeah, this is the slash. This is the slash. Have you seen this huge gash on the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the lever into the metal behind. For metal chests like this have been so badly... No, I mean no one saw Gregson. Maybe. Let's try again. Let's try then. No, but it's not... The line is saying about Van Zeeks. He didn't say no one saw Gregson. Is the issue. The line itself is Van Zeeks. That's blood. I was present to see when Inspector Gregson was killed. It's the most logical conclusion, yes. I think Gina's been carrying this around without her. This seems to be the... It seems to be this. That she's overlooking this thing. Let's have a look inside. Alright, cool. Nothing else besides the passport. No one saw Gregson is sus. Yeah, I mean, I think it's because Gregson wasn't there. We're assuming he's there. We need to prove that Gregson wasn't there. So that's why I thought it was the passport. Oh, is it the fact that he has everything packed? Inside, maybe. Maybe it's the fact that he has everything packed, maybe. Maybe that's the thing. It's because he's overlooking his luggage.
Objection.
No. That's not it. Because why is he so strapped with like clothes and everything? The witnesses saw the Reaper. Yeah, I saw the Reaper, not... Yeah. Is that the Reaper was there. It doesn't really matter whether Gregson was there or not. They don't confirm that. There's nothing we need to present here. What's she overlooking? There's something that she's not looking at. I thought it was going to be the passport or the luggage, but... Because they're both things that she'd overlook.
Objection!
Yeah, either way. Yeah, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on. People falls in here, no one outside will ever know. Gee. Okay, so... Code the grouse. A gentleman's club. Is it the ID? Because how would he go in the club without his ID?
Objection!
No. I am stumped. That's not the logic line. That's not the through line. I pressed already. That's the thing. I pressed it already. It's just saying. They're just talking about like, yellow. Do you want to know? I'll go on the cover in the club to find out what it's like. There's nothing more to press on it. We already tried that. Something of Gregson's belongings then. His figurine.
Objection!
No. Has to be something Gregson owns then. We'll try the wig by itself then. We tried the photograph, but we'll try the wig.
Objection!
No. Yeah, we're gonna... let's see. Alright, how about his watch then?
Objection!
No. What the hell are you overlooking then? What is he overlooking? I'm just stumped, like... Because a lot of this is evidence we don't need anymore, it feels. Asoki papers? No. Aris's charm? I don't know, I'm stumped now. I'm stumped now of what... The gun? I don't think so. I'm stumped. I'm stumped on how this goes. I might need to check. I might need to check then, just for this bit. I don't want to keep doing it for the whole case, but this is stumped. This has to be stumped on like what I'm overlooking here. I'm gonna have to check because like this has to be stumped. Like, sure, but I thought the logic was that it turns out he wasn't there because he has a passport documentation. But it turns out no. Nothing else to see with it either. We checked the trunk like thoroughly already. It's got a slash mark and a blood stain. So yeah, I have no idea. I have to check this then. It just has to be stumped on like, how do you proceed with this? Let me check. All right, I see. It's something I'm missing entirely. It's something I'm missing entirely. It's this thing. It looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket. It says Oh! I thought it was called Blackbird Line. Fine. Okay, that makes sense now. Because we looked at this a long time ago. Yokohama departure, 11th September. London arrival, 1st November. That's the boat that Professor Mikataba and Jagoku came from. Okay. Dunkirk. Always check new evidence complete the very second is. I mean, I did. Because I checked it the very first time we got it. We added it. But this was like hours ago. Moving like last stream. Even 2 streams ago, even maybe. No, 1 stream ago. Go Dunkirk, yeah, Dunkirk. Do you think it's been almost a year since we arrived in Dover on the SS Burya? Seems a shame not to keep your ticket even as a memento of your trip, don't you think? I agree. I have a mind saved in my diary. Yes, it's just been like, if it was like, oh well, how strange. Where could it have gone? Yeah, come on. I just don't, because it's like, grouse is cargoing. Oh, because I know there's grouse the bird. Because like even here it says, it's written on the back. If it said like, if it was like the letter said SS Grouse, sure, but like you have to look at this again. Like I looked at it before. All right, whatever. It turns out he was on a boat.
Objection.
All right, there we go. Jeez. Okay, that's a bit. It's a bit obscure, but it's the final trial. I'll let them have this because it's the final trial. It's the final case, so I'll let them have it with being tricky with me. Because I knew the passport was something, but it's like, whatever, doesn't matter. So it's like, bruh. As I understand it, they've places where well-to-do gentlemen socialize with friends and colleagues. 9-hour stream, nah. I'll leave because like we have a lot to go through. This whole trial, this whole episode 5 is going to be long. So I'll leave this for Saturday in the coming... Saturday the 12th. I'll leave it for Saturday, Sunday, and if I must stretch it, Monday. So, yeah. Also, I need to cook some stuff later. So, yeah. I have to cook dinner. So, probably like, we'll go for like, 40 minutes or so. What's it called again? Also, what's it called? Just wondering, like, are the bonus episodes worth, like, streaming? Like, there's, like, a lot of those, like, small... Are they, like, really quick? Like, they're not that long. But, like, I saw there's, like, these small bonus, like, not cases, but, like, they're, like, small episodes, I think, in the extra section, in the bonus section. Just wondering if that's, like, worth streaming as well or not. As I understand it, there are places where well-to-do gentlemen socialize with friends and colleagues. Don't imagine for a second that forcing like... Yeah, you told us already. Why are you so smug? Seriously, is your mirror cracked or something? He's just really he's really, like, in a tetchy mood when he's in court, huh? Do we know for sure that contraband dealings were definitely at a club called The Grouse? Oh, maybe Van Zeek's misunderstood. Van Zeek's misunderstood. He went to the Grouse Club, but Gregson went to the Grouse the ship. And I'm sorry to say, but they probably won't. What do you mean by that? I mean that the place Inspector Gregson was secretly going to visit on the 31st October may not have been the gentleman's club at all. You're showing a very irreverent attitude towards our country's police force there, Council. If it wasn't a gentleman's club, then what was it? A steamship. You think it's a ship? I have the evidence to prove it. Right here. Let me see that. This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy. Oh, the other side, my lord. Be more specific next time. Ah, this would appear to be a ticket for passage upon a steamship, yes. The SS Grouse.
Objection.
So, there's a steamship called the Grouse that happens to share a name with the club. But I'm afraid to say there's a flaw in your logic there. How? Look at the ticket. Notice the date of arrival in port. The ship arrived at the port of Dover on the 1st of November. Ah. The day on which the sound like a gunshot was heard on the Fresno street. In other words, on the day in question here, 31st October, when the victim was in his clandestine mission, the ship hadn't yet docked in British shores. That would be certainly make an undercover investigation somewhat challenging.
Objection!
The fact that the steamship hadn't yet reached Britain substantiates the defense's assertion that the victim was investigating grouse on the day in question. Then show your evidence for that assertion. Very well. In that case, counsel for the defense, present your evidence to the court now. Evidence that substantiates your claim that the victim was investigating grouse on the 31st October, his passport.
Take that!
There we go. Now that brings up. What's this? A passport for travel issued to the victim? Dated 31st October. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that just one day before the inspector's body was discovered, there's a distinct possibility he wasn't even in the country. Order, order. The document is for passage to France. It doesn't appear to have been officially authorized. The day before the SS Grouse arrived at Dover, it docked on the northern coast of France for a night. Oh, a ship! Oh, a ferry would have a massive freezer. According to my father, who was on board at the port of Dunkirk, France. What could possibly have taken the victim there? I'm impressed, Norinosuke Naruhodo. I didn't expect to get your hands on that passport. What? You mean you knew about this? The prosecution strategy for this trial has been laid down by the Crown Prosecution Office. On the day before the incident, the victim was investigating contraband dealings at London Club. That's the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigation, and the line of prosecution has been asked to follow. Ah, but personally, I don't agree. I think the prosecutor's office is trying to hide something. What? And now you've expertly disproven their assertion. I intend to reveal what I believe that something to be. What are you playing at, Prosecutor Asoki? A courtroom is a forum for the truth, my lord. Which is why it's my duty to present all the facts, without exception. Let me guess. This was your intention from the start, wasn't it? The reason Inspector Gregson secretly made his way to the steamship docked in France on the day in question was to carry out a mission for the Reaper. But the Reaper? Okay. Okay, yeah, the triple tap. Order, order. What are you saying, counsel? The prosecution made an assertion in court yesterday. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. Okay, a ferry would have the freezer to fit his body. The ferry would have it. The refrigerator. A ferry would have a big fridge. I'm sure everyone can imagine by the Reaper's hand. But in reality, the truth is the opposite of that. What? Inspector Gregson wasn't investigating the Reaper at all. He was in fact acting for the Reaper. So, you're saying the mission he was undertaking was, obviously, an assassination? Nah, I don't see it. Barak von Zieks never carried out actual killings. Whenever the Reaper's victims lost their lives, he always had a cast iron alibi. Which can tell us he must have had an accomplice. And you claim that was Gregson. Hold it. What the hell do you think you're saying, eh? My boss would never be doing nothing like that. And yet, when you consider all the facts, it all makes sense. It all makes perfect sense. No, it can't be. We also read the same conclusion, didn't we? That Inspector Gregson was operating as the Reaper. I don't know. I don't believe it. I can't believe it myself. Even so, there's no way the person giving him his orders was Lord Van Zieks. No, the true Reaper is somebody else. I don't know. It feels. I don't know. Maybe because I like Gregson, I can't imagine him doing that. Barack Fonzie is not the Reaper. A predictable response from someone who's advocating for the man. And even if it is true that Gregson was operating as an agent of the Reaper, the suggestion that he went aboard SS Grouse on an assassination doesn't follow at all. Oh, some solid reason for doubting the assertion, Council. Absolutely, it's very simple. On the day in question, nobody was killed aboard that steamship. Miko Tauba and Juggy Goku were in that very ship. If someone had been assassinated, I'm certain we would have heard about it. What's so funny? You're right, of course. No suspicious deaths were reported on board the ship. But I think perhaps you missed the point. That precisely why Inspector Gregson himself lost his life. What? Gregson did board the SS Grouse that night, with the intention of establishing his mark. But his mission ended in failure. Failure? It seems that the defense hasn't yet grasped a very important detail here. What are you talking about? What detail? Gene Lestrade. Eh? What? The victim's notebook that you read an excerpt from earlier. That doesn't contain details of secret investigations at all. It describes 10 years of assassination plots to be carried out by the Reaper of the Bailey. You're lying. Even if it all them bludgers what got taken out had it coming. The boss weren't the Reaper. I don't think it's him. I don't know. I'm just doubtful that he actually is part of the conspiracy. Poor Gina. There's no question that Tobias Gregson was heavily involved in the Reaper's activities. He could be investigating. Maybe just an apprentice, but you've spent any time at Scotland Yard. You must have heard rumours. I heard nothing. I don't believe a word of it. And testify again as a representative of Scotland Yard. Consider it your chance to defend your boss. I concur. The witness will give a new formal testimony. Mr. Strayed, you will tell the court everything you know about Gregson's secret notebook. I don't know. It just feels weird, like, that he is, like, this conspirator against Van Zeeks. Yeah, this notebook does have a lot of stuff about what the Reaper got to about these past years. Names of victims, dates, and places and stuff. And the last time she was 31st October. It said grouse for the place of that date, and then the name on the mark. There was a note about him being a criminal who would go away from the Reaper in court 10 years ago or something. But be honest, the boss didn't do none of it. He was just investigating the Reaper, that's all. I hope so. Keep personal opinion out of your testimony, witness. We require only established fact here. Who was the name then? Assassin, but Assassin is dead. Yeah. If it was Assassin, she's dead. I don't know. Let's see. You can't deny it now, surely, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What can I deny? The notebook contained the name of the final mark, the location where the assassination would take place. The information the victim could possibly have known if he was working on the Reaper. So, who was it to be the final mark? Go ahead, Inspector Lestrade. Read the name for the court. The name that's written alongside the entry that mentions the grouse on the 31st October. Jigoku? Oh, how'd you read this then? Reading's still not her strong suit. That ain't a problem, right? Although, it's a funny name. It ain't English. It's hard to read. So it's someone from overseas? Let me have a bash at it. Seshiro. Is it? Yeah, it's Seshiro. Jigoku. Yo, maybe. What? It can't be. Seshiro Jigoku? But that's Judge Jigoku. Seshiro Jigoku. Certainly not an English name, you're right.
Objection!
But that can't be right. I know Judge Jigoku, and I saw him the day before, here in London. So I know for a fact the man's been assassinated. As I said, the Reaper failed. Oh. Gregson missed his chance to kill his mark and returned to British shores. But the Reaper wouldn't tolerate his mistake, so he killed the inspector. help you personally. Nah. The Reaper of the course being accused. Barak von Zeeks. It's an undeniable logical argument. Kazuma, you planned for the trial to go this way all along, didn't you?
Hold it!
Yes, let's go, Van Zeeks. Let's go, Van Zeeks. Oh, his hollow chalice. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollow chalice while I stand accused of murder. Lord Van Zeeks. The accused has no right to speak uninvited in court. You remain in the dock. I say nothing of whether or not I'm the Reaper. That's a task of the court to decide. But there is one thing I can say unequivocally. The girl is no detective. Eh? What? Nah, that's right. I ain't. I'm an inspector. Repeating rumors heard about their yard. Reading entries from a notebook of unconfirmed origin. Oh, it might not even be a real notebook. That's not testimony, it's practically a script. No doubt the rest of the trial will go exactly as you've clearly planned. Your hatred of me is understandable. In your mind, I'm sure, I am the Reaper, who sent your father to the gallows all those years ago. But you're in danger of becoming a far more sinister Reaper yourself, by attempting to have me condemned with this feeble excuse for testimony. What'd you say? Now, Hordal, this is our chance. My lord, the defense requests the defendant be allowed to speak. He may be privy to important information related to the testimony given by the witness. Very well. I'll make an exception and grant the request. The defense may remain in the witness stand for a cross-examination. Then allow me to toast to the court's impartiality. Don't raise your glass in my direction, sir. Counsel for the defense. Begin cross-examination immediately. Yeah, okay, the notebook's fake. The notebook is fake. At once, my lord. The notebook is fake. Reaper's notebook. Yeah, the notebook does have a lot of stuff about what Reaper got in the past 10 years. Names of victims, dates, and places and stuff. And the last entry was there 31st. It said grouse for the place of the date and even the name of the mark. There was a note about him being a criminal who got away from the Reaper in court 10 years ago.
Hold it!
That makes no sense though. What do you mean a criminal? Goku's no criminal. Well, don't ask me, I don't know nothing about it. Oh, do you remember what father told us? Goku did once appear in court here in Britain? It was a related to the professor case, I'm sure. Yeah, of course, you're right. Shishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took the stand to testify, but he got a little carried away and actually managed to break the witness stand. He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. Yeah, but he wasn't on trial. It was a pitiful situation, yes. I'd forgotten all about it, but I prosecuted that trial too, as it happens. You did? Oh! Okay. Considered being an adjunct to Professor proceedings, you see. He was acquitted after being told to make reparation for the damage accused of the stand. And there you have it. Have what? Surely the accused hasn't forgotten his own rule. Yeah, Kazuma's lost his way. He's lost his way. But there's no saving anyone who faces the Reaper in court. Guilty or innocent alike. Yeah, we literally have Gina next to us. What? No. Are you suggesting that the reason Goku was targeted for assassination? Man sent back to Japan immediately after that trial. Reaper had no time to do his work. But then, 10 years later, the mark returned to Britain once... No, but... I don't know. Perhaps now you start to see just how vindictive the Reaper is. Come on, that's absurd. Take one's life like that. Then the whole premise of the Reaper absurd, killing those who have been found innocent. Clearly the rules by which the man operates are beyond the sane person's comprehension. But The boss didn't do none of it. He was just investigating the Reaper, that's all. So you have complete faith that Inspector Gregson is innocent in all this? Of course I do. I mean, I owe him that, don't I? Because he's the only one who had faith in me. Gina... The boss promised me, did he? Promised me he did. He promised that even though... Kazuma already agreed that he also found that... Yeah, Kazuma is just like losing his mind, honestly, about this. He's just like going in like a mad rage that... Because he said because Gregson didn't kill Jigoku, Van Zieks was like, "Lo, mission failed. Time to die. Time to die, Gregson. You failed me." Which is stupid. So like, Kazuma is just like in like a blind fit of rage right now. Like, yeah, sure, Jigoku's still in the country. You can try again later. If it really was the case, just kill him again. Try again. He's in the country for like a week. So Kazuma is just like, he lost his way, pretty much. He just lost his way. He promised me that even though I was just a diver, he could turn me up into a top-notch detective. A code with good art like that ain't gonna rob people their futures, is he? Every single person killed by the Reaper was a criminal of the First Order. Low lives like that have no compunction about robbing hundreds of others of their future. Yeah? Their ludicrous acquittals in court gave them the freedom to make hundreds more suffer. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. You kill my father, prefer to die, pretty much. I don't... So what? You justified your actions because you were predicting innocent people's futures. I'm not suggesting that the Reaper's methods are justified at all, but life isn't black and white. That's all I'm saying. So that's what we have to work with. It may help us that Lord Van Zieks is in the stand too. Perhaps... I'm sure Gina knows nothing she hasn't already told us. There's no point trying to get more out of her. Did you notice how Kazuma-sama reacted to Lord Van Zieks' words? When he called him an even more sinister Reaper, you mean? Well, I'm sure Kazuma intends to eliminate any sort of doubt the man is guilty. He's looking for revenge against the person he considers to be his father's killer, after all. I do worry that if we fail to find a discrepancy in the testimony somewhere, the trial may end and the case won't go in our favour. Isn't character everybody saying, yeah, okay, yeah, but there's a pursue moment. There's a pursue moment. Names of victims, dates, places, and stuff. What in particular? Well, besides the victims' names, the other name kept cropping up. What other name was that? It's the one I told you yesterday. The same name, written over and over again. You mean... Assassin? Yeah, that's the non. She's a friend of yours or something, isn't she? Were you even listening yesterday? Assassin. The assassin. What? Like, a killer? You mean? Gregson was a tactician, the one who came up with the plan of attack. He investigated the marks thoroughly, finding out when they would be vulnerable and who to use to get to them. But the person actually becomes someone else, you're saying. If that's true, then the Reaper does indeed start to sound like an organized group of vigilantes. Then perhaps what you said in possible document. Permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel. Could that additional person have been the assassin who was meant to take Sashiro Jigoku's life? But she's been dead for like months. Like, and we know that Gregson wanted to bring Gina to France. The final entry that listed Grouse and Sashiro. What name was written? Oh, well, that's the only entry that didn't have a name next to it. It happens. What? It just added like a question mark or something there, I think. In other words, Gregson himself didn't know the identity of the assassin in that case. But Gregson was the one who making the plans, was he not? No, okay, yeah, Gregson's innocent. I think he's fine. Like, I think he really, like, we have the whole going to France with Gina thing, so the passport was meant to be for going to France. Because it's valid for, like, it's meant to be like go to France with Gina. It's within 1 week from until the 7th of November. So he has his business on the grouse, but like he also has like after that he'll also go with Gina to France probably if he lived. A nameless assassin. It doesn't work. Okay, the first one then.
Hold it!
Past 10 years. In other words, it shows that Gregson was basically acting as the Reaper. Not you and all. That ain't the only explanation, is it? He could have been investigating the Reaper in secret, and that notebook said what he found. If I may. Give me a second as well. 1 second. Alright, I'm back. Hi. I had to just like turn on the preheat the oven. So I'm gonna for dinner stuff. I believe the power to intimidate London's criminals classes into compliance with the law to be beneficial. But you carried out your own investigation into the true identity of the Reaper, didn't you? Yes, and those investigations proved conclusively that Gregson was one arm of the Reaper. One arm? What are you on about? The Reaper victims were all extremely shrewd criminals at the top of their game. There's simply no way one person could have taken them alone. The Reaper is an organization, with you at its head. I had spies at the yard keeping me abreast of Gregson's movements, letting me know when he was elsewhere. So I've been able to check the most recent entry in the book. I know the location. You knew it was grouse? Believing it to be reference to a gentleman's club, I went down a day in question to investigate, alone. Ah, so that explains why several members of the club claimed to have seen you there. But of course, the inspector was not there, because at the time he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's mental truck. Very well then. Back to your testimony about the contents of the notebook. Fine. Is something wrong, Naruto? You seemed a little shocked by something a moment ago. Oh, no, it's alright. I'm overthinking things, aren't I? What are you overthinking? Show me the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. Okay, we pressed everything, didn't we? There's a victim's... Okay, yeah, we saw this one. What her name? Told you, same name. Yeah, assassin. Yeah, okay. We got this one already. A killer... Yeah, nothing. Okay, come on. Whose name was written? Yeah, we got this already. I'm just clicking the same one I did before. Question mark. Gregson was making up plan. Yeah. Grouse, the name of the mark. Let's Jigoku. Did we do this one?
Hold it!
And you're saying that my Magnesia was a Jigoku. That's what it said. Funny name. Okay, we didn't do this one, if you ask me. And I thought your name was odd. So pleased to have lost my crown there. Jigoku is the presiding judge of Japan's Supreme Court of Judicature. I remember the man. He came to our country as a visiting student 16 years ago, studying international law and diplomacy under your tutelage, Lord Strongheart. That bearded young fellow was a very able man, I must say. So Lord Strongheart was Jazzy Goku's mentor. If I'm not mistaken, he returned to Japan 10 years ago now. 10 years ago, after that fateful case. Precisely. In the aftermath of the professor case, his reputation was repatriation almost immediately. It's a mystery why such a man would be listed in the inspector's notebook. I didn't think it was possible, but the mood in the ears got even worse now. Maybe I'll just keep talking. Alright, we got everything. And now... Right, I've had enough of this. Gina? I know it's nonsense about the boss planning to kill people. It's cobblers. Come on, Odo. Yes? Why aren't you saying nothing? Why? Why aren't you yelling out objection or something? I don't think Gregson did this. I don't know. I just can't believe it. I just can't believe that he, you know, was bad. I don't think so. I just can't see it. He was friends with Van Zeeks, like, and he kept the photograph. It's like, yeah, I'm going to like make this guy's life seem cursed, even though he kept this picture with him all the time. I don't think that's the case. Maybe like Van Zeek was fed lies by the thing. You gotta find a flaw. You do usually. Someone's lying here, no question. You gotta work out who it is. Please, for the boss. I just can't see Gregson doing this, honestly. I was would insult the court your own testimony. It might have known that a common pickpocket from the back slums couldn't make a detective. Gee, yeah, hopefully we get you screwed up as well. When the trial is over, you will forfeit your war. Yeah, no, we gotta get Strongheart indicted. We can't let him do this. Is that clear? I've had it to do with the law of ya. It's lies every being place you look in this world, innit? I've had enough. Gina. So have I. After that little speech of Gina's, I made up my mind. To do what, Miss Naruto? There was one point in the cross-examination when something that was said just didn't sit right with me. One statement that seemed odd. Oh, do you mean I'm not going to let Gina's plea for help fall on deaf ears. You gotta find a flaw somewhere. That's where to work with. Yeah, it's the very first... What was one? Let me just double check. Which one did I press? What was the one I pressed? Okay, not that. What was the one again? The one where thingy Kazuma just went nutso. Determine, yeah. Was it this one?
Hold it!
Spacing, is it? Missing secret, if I may. Come on, where's the statement that thingy that Kazuma went like low? Passport. Which one was it again? So there was the grouse. Yeah, I think it's this one, yeah. At time making steamship dock. Showing the passport in Victor's trunk. Very well then. Back to your testimony with the this notebook. Fine. Something wrong. You seemed a little shocked. Oh, no, it's alright. I'm thinking, aren't I? What? Wait. The fuck you mean? That was the one that they got you sussed up. Unless we press the cry for help.
Hold it!
I want to thank you, Gina. You helped me find my resolve. Ah. What do you mean? Amongst everything we've heard during this cross-examination, there's one thing that defies explanation. One inconsistency. What? An inconsistency? Really, Odo? I don't quite know what it means yet, but... Yes, there's an inconsistency in something that was said by Kazuma.
Take that!
By you, Kazuma Sogi. Me? Is this some attempt at filibustering, Counsel? Prosecutor Sogi has given no testimony. What are you suggesting I said that was inconsistent? You let something slip that you shouldn't have. Yeah, wait, the passport? Because, like, how would he have known it? We're the ones who know it. When I present the relevant piece of evidence, I imagine you'll realize what you've done. Very well then, Counsel. Go ahead. Help Odo. You use the grouse. Because at that time he was making his way to the steamship dock on the northern coast of France. As shown by the passport. Oh wait, we told him about the passport. Okay, fine. At the time he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France. As shown by the passport found in the victor's metal trunk. Then Naruto gets shocked. Right, we told him about the passport, yeah. He was making his way to the northern coast of France. So Dover. He went no Dunkirk. Sweater was not there. What? Because at the time he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France. Then what's wrong? What was weird about this statement that Naruto got his senses going? Making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France. I mean, so the steamship docked on the northern coast of France. SS Grouse first class cabin, Yokohama departure, Dunkirk. What evidence reveals the alleged consistency in something Osoki said? What was it? Like, He was going to France, sure. What do you mean? What? I'm confused. I'm confused. Believing it was reference to journalism club, I went there to make it alone. Explains why several members of the club were there, but of course the inspector was not there. Because at the time he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, I showed him the passport found in the business metal trunk. You're about your testimony about the consult notebook, fine. Something wrong. You seem a little shocked. No, I'm thinking this, aren't I? What the hell? Okay, what disproves Kazuma talking about him going to France? His luggage. I don't know. At the time he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France. Metal trunk. Oh! The trunk. Maybe. It's the trunk.
Take that!
This is a trunk that belonged to Inspector Gregson. Yeah, just about to say, yeah. I was so hard focused on the passport. I forgot. Where is the passport inside? The trunk. It's right there. I hard focused on the passport and not the trunk. It's only very heavy. What's this? A bloodstain. And a relatively fresh one, too. What? You mean that ain't grease from all the boss's fish and chips? Fresh blood on the inspector's trunk. That suggests that the victim was travelling with that luggage when he was killed. That can't be. There was no mention of any trunk in the Scotland Yard report. Yes, there's a reason for that. Immediately after the inspector's body was discovered, one of the street peddlers made off the trunk, hoping to sell it. But I found it. With me and me nose for trouble. Oh, because how would he know about his trunk? How would Kazuma have known about the trunk? This means that nobody should have known anything about the trunk. Unless, of course, we're talking about somebody who was present at the victim. Oh. Kazuma. Are you going to jail, Kazuma? See you in prison. And yet, during the cross-examination, the witness just now, you said this, Kazuma. Because at that time he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by a passport found in the trunk. So, the question is, how did you know about the trunk? We know the man went on a trip to France. Where else would he have put his passport?
Objection!
Yeah, don't try it, fam. But you knew it was a metal trunk. Answer me honestly, Kazuma. On 31st October, where exactly were you? Shit, if Kazuma did it, or Kazuma was accomplice in order to get Van Zeeks in jail. Nah, mate. Go to jail, Kazuma. Time to get incarcerated. At the port of Dunkirk, on board the SS Grouse. Is that the answer you're looking for, Rinosuke? Kazuma, when did you... I hadn't considered the possibility before, but... If Kazuma was on... Oh, right, because Kazuma was missing. Oh, right, because Kazuma was missing. Only I've been on for one purpose. Oh no, Naruhodo, surely you don't think... Come on, Rinosuke, you know the rules. The only thing that really talks in the courtroom is hard evidence. As I understand it, Inspector Gregson always took that case with him when he travelled. So, as it stands, you proved nothing. Kazuma, are you challenging me to prove it, beyond all reasonable doubt, that you were there that day, in the same place as the inspector? He was there, with Gregson. There's a clue you've overlooked. A secret that Trunk can tell us. I can't be sure at this point. I need to verify it. I have a nasty feeling I'm going to be right. The accusation being made is deeply troubling. Nevertheless, we must test it. Where in the trunk the clues found is the slash mark? Where's the evidence that ties Asogi?
Got it!
This is your proof? What do you say to that, Asogi? Personally, I think trying defense counsel to toss into sea would be more helpful. What? At least that way, London's courtroom will be safe from his destructive accusations. Need that rather long way of telling you that you're wrong, Naruto. Very well. But I'll see. Wait, what? Not the slash mark. What do you mean, not the slash mark? Then what else there? I was hoping never to let that happen, funny enough. Okay, what? That ties Asogi. Am I missing something? It's not the slash mark. Have you seen a huge gash across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the lever and into the metal behind. Gosh, for a metal chest that is such badly damaged, whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force. I don't know how it happened. Okay, not that then. Is it a blood stain? Am I missing something? Let's have a look inside. Am I missing something? The passport, because he knows it's inside? Am I missing something? It's not the slash mark. Or is it... Oh, it's the sword blade. Oh, I never looked at here. Oh, the blade tip. Do you see that? There's something stuck in the side of the trunk there. It's glinting. Around of metal of some sort. It's wedged so tightly I can't remove it. Look, don't cut yourself. You better leave it, I think. Oh, okay, never mind.
Got it!
There it is. There's a small piece of metal lodged in the wall of the trunk here. Like the tip of a blade. Yeah? A blade? Kazuma, slung around your waist ever today. Is it a steam blade Karama? Of course it is. Won't you draw it here in this courtroom for all to see? Oh, because if it was like his other blade, it wouldn't be. He would have just swapped it. Exercise caution, my learned friend. That man is the son of London's most notorious killer. Bailiff, what's Asogi like a hawk? That won't be necessary. Oh no. The tip is broken. Oh, his soul. Oh, it represents his soul. He broke his, like, if we're thinking of it like, you know, symbolism wise, like, Kazuma's soul is broken now. Like, in doing this, he's broken his soul. Fragment of the metal from the trunk fits together with the end of the sword. The question of who was there, Inspector Gregson, will be answered. Agreed. Kazuma Asogi. Man, Kazuma, you've fallen off the deep end. You fell off. Expertly done, Rinosuke. That's a point to you and well deserved. Do you mean to tell the corp, Asogi? Yes. On the 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. So, the additional passenger mentioned authorized to travel was me. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark. What? What? You mean the killer whose name was omitted from this notebook? You were following the Reaper's orders to dispatch Judge Jigoku? Let me make one thing perfectly clear. I have killed no one. Oh, fine. Not gonna see you in jail then, unfortunately. I accepted the assassination mission, yes, and I accompanied Grace to Dunkirk, but I never had any intention of carrying out the plan. You were never going to do it? We can believe Kazuma-sama, I'm sure. After all, Jazzy Goku arrived safely in London the following day. I killed no one, so what have I missed? It turns out Kazuma, like, he was with Gregson on the ship. He was with Gregson on the ship for some reason. And then it's like, but he's saying he didn't kill him though, or anyone. So it's like, bruh, Kazuma, screw you right now. On the 31st, I boarded a train from London with Inspector Gregson. We travelled to Dover, from where we crossed the Channel to Dunkirk. Then we boarded the SS Grouse and made for the cabin deck, as indicated in the plan. You went to Jazzy Goku's cabin? Exactly. He wasn't there, though. We decided to wait, but you already told us you had no intention of going through with this anyway. I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life. I mean, you want to take Van Zeke's life. So Gregson disembarked the ship. How? A boarding house in the town, returned to England the following morning. A boarding house in Dunkirk? Okay, fine. Signature will be in the register book. It will be simple enough to verify. Then, what became of Jigoku? Gregson was no assassin, so the mark was spared. I'm sure it's easy to imagine what happened after that. But why is your blade in Gregson's bag? Trunk. Gregson returned to England as well, having failed to complete the mission. He met with the Reaper in the room on the Fresno Street to report the failure, causing the infuriated Masterine to pull the trigger. Nah. And end his wretched agent's life. No. No. That's the shittiest way to kill someone. That's the true truth behind Gregson's murder.
Objection!
But if you did nothing as you claim, how did the tip of your sword come to be lodged in the inspector's trunk? Yeah, what are you doing? Sword practice? I need to answer that. Screw you. The victim was killed by a gunshot. A small fragment of a Japanese blade isn't relevant to the case. And accordingly, I choose to exercise my right to silence on that matter. Nah, you're scummy. He's scummy. Like, Van Zeke's like... Van Zeke's hasn't been this scummy in his own trials at all. He's being scummy. Be that as it may, the court will sequester the sword as evidence. As you wish, my lord. Great Sword Karuma, added to the court record. We must take immediate action now to verify whether the Shishiro Jigoku remains unharmed. Alright. It's now, we have the sword now. Minute Rice. Karuma, the Kirk blade. It's such a beauty, I want to gaze on it for hours. The tip of the great sword broken. It's such a shame. It's been so meticulously cared for over the years. I must hear Karuma's sobs. Kazuma must have really taken a swing to that action. Let it happen. Let's see something else we can see. Or not. I guess not. There's nothing else to see here with Karuma. Oh well. Yeah, Kazuma's gone messed up now. He's being scummy. Like, tell us, man. Just tell us. Unless he has, like, some big master plan in the end, but, like, not helping us here, fam. Like, if he's playing the antagonist role to a T to get us to, like, do the truth thing, maybe, but, like, he's acting a bit mean. He's taking it a bit too far. Yeah, nothing else to see. What remains unharmed? Also, one sec. About 40% of the case. Jeez. Yeah, we're in episode I'll complete it so far. Yeah. Yeah, of like both cases together. So like we're almost halfway. Okay, this is very long, yeah. I'll have to call it like a day in like 15 minutes or so. But we'll see. But yeah. This will be our first priority. The BRB's talking. Ha! It's recently come to my attention that he hasn't been seen since yesterday. How did you... When a foreign dignitary invited Gabriel goes missing for 24 hours, it's only natural that the question of his safety should arise. You don't mean to say that you think Jigoku may have been killed? The Reaper has more than one assassin at his disposal, and he has the power and influence to give orders from the inside the prison cell. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks? Yeah, just if I were truly the Reaper, I'd be able to tell you. Order, order in court. Order. We will take an emergency recess for the 30 minutes. Now? Guests of the symposium have been told to maintain regular contact with the organization's office. If the man can't be found within half an hour, we will have to assume the worst. Oh, is Sholmes is what Sholmes and Mikotaba doing? Is to find Jigoku, maybe. Maybe that's what they're doing. Oh no, not Jigoku. No one wants to kill a harmless Japanese man who only just arrived in the country. Except, that is, for the Reaper, wanting to finish off a mark that slipped through the net 10 years ago. I would have to agree. Mr. Naruhodo, for the defense's sake. My lord, I sincerely hope we are successful. If we're unable to confirm Jigoku's healthy existence in the next 13 minutes, you will face grave difficulties. How? Why? Because we're assuming that Van Zeeks is the Reaper. We're assuming. Nah. Because Kazuma's just forcing down the idea that Van Zeeks is the Reaper. Nah, mate. What are you on about? Walk down the dark alleyway at 3 AM without any weapons and new witnesses in Welsh Islands, and you'll see how gone. Ha. Ah. Course adjourned for 13 minutes. Alright. I think we'll call it soonish, but I want to see how this in-between segment goes, at least. Kazuma-sama, the Reaper's assassin. I feel as though I'm in a nightmare. Can't really believe it either, but on the other hand, Kazuma isn't in the habit of making up stories. I mean, he's doing what he believes in. If something of us happened to Goku, then I feel as though things will only spiral further and further out of control. How does the moment I entered the courthouse this morning, the strange sensation that we were carrying towards a foregone conclusion? Well, in the worst case, we might only take 30 minutes left. Fortunately though, I don't think there's anything we can do, but wait now. We're out of options. Actually, there may be one last time we can play. Or rather, one last year. Oh, is it now time for the bunny? Of course. Little Sholmes that Iris gave us. If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can. Alright, let's find out. Perhaps now is the time. What should I do? Pull Hurley's ears or not? Yeah, pull. I want to see, will this lead to a bad ending if I don't pull it? I'm curious, but let me save. Will it lead to a bad ending? Like, I know there's like, I mean, to be fair, Ace Attorney doesn't do bad endings often. They do bad endings like, I know in Justice for All. That's the only bad ending I can think of, actually. They don't do bad endings often. Unless it's like, Susato's like, what are you waiting for? Do it. Nah, Lamau. Ha. I'm curious if there is something else to it, but let's pull it. Here goes then. I'm going to do it. Good luck, Naruto. Oh, Do Destinies and Spirit of... Oh, okay. I forgot what the bad ending in Do Destinies was. I can't remember. It's been a long time. When it... Probably the final case, but I don't know when. I can't remember. I know... Is it to do with, like, Athena's minigame? I don't know. I can't remember. Can't remember. No looking back. Heave. Ow. That scream. Sound like Sholmes. Athena thinks she's the... Ah, that's it, that's it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the one. Yeah, that's it, that's it. I vaguely remember that. I vaguely remember that. I vaguely recall something like that. Okay, I think for the Apollo Justice trilogy, I might play Do Destinies again. I know like some big twists, but I remember just really liking Athena and Black Quill. I liked Athena and Black Quill, so I might replay that. I'll see it. I'll see. Cuz it's like right now I can theorize a lot right now because I don't know. The issue is in Do Destinies, I might get flashbacks. And it's like, oh, I know what's happening now. So then it's like, how will I stream? I mean, as in like, how can I conduct myself on stream in that sense? We'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'll think about it. I haven't played Spirit of Justice, so there's that. I'll think about it. It's a long time until it comes out. And I'm going to wait until it goes on sale anyway. So I can wait. Give you a caution first when you can play. Ha ha. But yeah, I liked Athena a lot from what I remember vaguely. I liked Athena and I liked Black Quill. I liked both of them. So I do maybe just to like re-jog my memory. And to that's it. Yeah, that's it. I see. I don't remember fully, but I can vaguely tell. Yeah, let's just say I know the spoiler when it comes to I know a big spoiler when it comes to Do Destinies. In my memory, it's like that's one of the biggest memories I have of the game. It's like a big spoiler from Do Destinies. That's like endgame spoilers, like Lost Case spoilers. Yeah. Black Quill mixed between Blackbeard and some writer. He has like a crow, a raven or something, or a crow on his shoulders. He looks cool. I like him. And he's like a criminal or something. Like he's like not a criminal, but like he's like in prison, but he gets sent out of prison. Like he has handcuffs. He has handcuffs the whole time, I think. But he's been taken out of prison in order to judge for us. I mean, to prosecute or something like that. And also, like he also has. I vaguely recall his backstory. I vaguely recall it. I can't say for certain, but I vaguely recall it. In the sense that how it connects to some characters. So, yeah. My memory... it's just like one random bit from one case in particular. I know a twist when it comes to... I think it's the third case. The one that happens in the school. And it's like... I know the twist that happens with one of the characters... in that trial. the one in the school, and it's like 3 friends or something like that. I know a twist that happens with one of them. That's one thing also I just don't forget. I just haven't forgotten. Here, my dear fellows, here. It's the felt doll talking. Put it is again, Naruto, as hard as you can. Alright then, I'll put all my strength into it. Heave. Ow! Please, my dear fellows, you need to pull my ear off. Over on the ship. Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Okay, Iris. Oh, wow. Iris and Sholmes made a telephone. Damn. They made a telephone in 1900. Damn. They made a phone. Damn. What? Damn, Iris. Damn. Truly inventors. Shelms, where are you? Myself and your trusty partner are presently in the first-class cabin of the SS Grouse. Oh, it's green. Like, I think the Buria was blue. The SS Grouse? She left over last night after the final piece of cargo were loaded. We are currently docked in Dunkirk, but due to underway again in half an hour. You've taken a ship to France? Oh, walkie-talkie, right. Can only connect to another copy of itself. Right. Walkie-talkie, that makes sense. Not fun. Walkie-talkie, that makes more sense. Yeah. Please, even with my athletic prowess, I would struggle to jump the Straits of Dover. As we left Baker Street last night, we hurried by cab to station and by train to the port. In order to board the vessel in time. So, you mean you worked it out? That the steamship was where everything really took place? Naruhodo. Pray, what is my name? Herlock Sholmes? World famous great detective. Besides perfection, well done. Say my name. You're a genius, Sholmes. There's only one word for it. It's about 1925. Oh, okay, I see. Okay, I see. So we're not really like with the Grand Exhibition. They're saying like, oh, the turn of the century, or something. With like, oh, on the turn of the century we had the Grand Exhibition, but it's like we've been 30 something years into the century already. You're a genius, Shelms. That's the only word for it. Ow. Mr. Zato, Jenny of the Genius's ear, please. Oh my, I'm so sorry. If I may, Shelms. Ah, there you are, Mikotaba. You may remember that it was in fact I who made the connection to SS Grouse. I Scotland Yard yesterday when we examined that notebook and I recalled my steamship ticket. But of course it was, my dear fellow. And not once did I controvert that fact. I merely had our court-bound companies utter my name. Yes, you did, didn't you? We've just entered a recess. The trial resumes in 30 minutes from now. And if we're unable to present any new leads, then I'm afraid to say... Do not fret, please. It's for precisely the purpose that my partner and I have made a journey. Sholmes is 34. Original Sholmes, as well as this Sholmes Malady, has clinically been born... Oh! I see. That makes sense, yeah. Because Sholmes is 34 years old in this. I have no doubts that we shall have welcome news for you within half an hour. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. That'd be wonderful. Until later, then. Yes, you'll be hearing from us if you're not in touch first. Ow. I shan't be hearing anything if you keep tugging my ear in that mindless fashion. Never was the idea of making a receiver operating that way in the first place, Sholmes. Why the deuce would I know? It's Iris' invention, not mine. What's Iris doing then? I wonder. Well, I was saying, are we playing as Mikotaba? Well, I didn't know how much you enjoy being a hero of the hour, Sholmes. We have but half that now before the grouse puts to sea again. If we don't conclude our investigation rapidly, we shall find ourselves in Naples before long. Naples, Italy. There are times, Mikotaba, when you make a surprising amount of sense. So, let's begin. Are you a reskin? First class cabin number 2. This one. But I don't believe an investigation of the cabin is going to be plain sailing. That crewman standing in front of the door is an unhappy looking fellow. Okay, yeah, they are reusing models here and there. They are reusing some character models. Why are you lying in here? Who are you? My dear fellow, do you not recognize a world famous great detective when you see one? Who was Mikotaba's? Yeah, Mikotaba is the last name. His name is Seichiro. No. Yujin Mikotaba. But yeah, Mikotaba is Susato's father. Yeah. Or well, Yujin is, but We just call it Mikotaba for ease of sake. Who are you? Do you not recognize world-traveling great sailors Tishkin Stroganov when you see? Sholmes. Great detective. Ha, I don't think so. Eugene means friend in Japanese. Oh, wow, that's a pun. That's a pun. Do you see that, Mikotaba? It would appear that this man is a devoted follower of mine. Goodness, is he Stroganov's brother? Oh, Chishkin. Oh, chicken. I see, they're brothers. Okay, that's fine. Reusing the model here is fine. They're brothers. The texture says, I must say, whilst this originally is flattering, naturally does leave me a little cold. What are you talking about? Leave, now. How distressing. My loyal devotee knows me only by name and appearance, not by appearance. I already have no deal about you, sir. You have a brother. Oh! Like yourself, he's a shipman. Currently traveling the world aboard a Russian steamship, in fact. How could you know this? Elementary, my dear Mikotaba. I'm sure it was. 3 days ago, I was bound for London aboard this ship, you see. Start of the game, didn't I? Yeah, because like at the start of the, it's when Kazuma was like off a bit. They are different though, different color, and yeah, and more like the same like base model. I mean, but yeah, but yeah, we were on a Russian steamship on the second case, lost on the first game, and that's when Kazuma supposedly got killed. We're looking for one of my fellow passengers, a man by the name of Jigoku. There is no one with the name on board, but we know that he purchased a ticket for passage. Ah, you mean Eastern Man. He left ship 2 hours ago. Here at Dunkirk, he said something about emergency, I think. Oh, what? Are you sure? So Shishiro realized we're after him, has he? Wait. He's escaping? Does he want to... Is Jigoku acting alongside with like getting Van Zieks killed? His cabin is the one right behind you. Would you like to investigate, please? No. I have orders not to let even mouse inside. Mikotaba, be a good man and draw the sailor's attention away, would you? Make up some excuse that he leaves the area. Doesn't great detective see? Even says up ears, both left and right. His accent is less strong compared to his brother. Curses, the plan is ruined. And you only have yourself to blame, I'm afraid, Sholmes. Forget it. Cabin door is locked. Even if I'm not here, you cannot get inside. Mikotaba, I'm sure you haven't forgotten my special talent, have you? Opening any lock? Within a mere 5 seconds. Out of a rope. Ha! If you'd be so kind as to afford me the requisite time, old friend, in your typically accommodating manner, how could I refuse such typically unappealing request, dear old friend? So I need to distract the merely sailor for 5 seconds, do I? Good man. So, the game is afoot. Okay, yeah, we play as Mikotaba then, damn. Alright. Alright, we'll continue this next time then. We'll continue this next time. It's a good stopping point here. It's a good stopping point here. I wonder though, will Iris get anything else then? Because like, I guess this is the invention you were talking about that Iris made, that you were alluding to the whole time. So, 20 minutes from chapter end. Ah. Yeah, it's fine, it's fine. It's fine, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Just in case, because like, I gotta cook some dinner and stuff. It's fine. I'm continuing this on Saturday anyway. We're at a decent stopping point at least, so it's fine. It's fine. Don't be a wuss. No, I gotta do something. Don't worry. But yeah, we'll do this on time to do. Ha. But yeah, we'll do this on Saturday then. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it a lot. But yeah, I feel like this is a decent stopping point for now, where it's like we're anticipating something, but it's not like what's it called? My food's gonna go cold. It's in the oven. It's gonna go cold. But yeah. Also, let me quickly check something real quick. Let me just check something real quick. But yeah, looking forward to where we go with this for sure. I hope Iris gets some more involvement, but yeah. But quickly checking something. Is it worth? I don't know. I'm thinking like, should I stream like, not this one, Escapade? These short extra episodes. Freeze it then. Kill the bacteria anyway. Ha. But yeah, I guess we could. It depends if we have time after the trial case. Then we'll see. I'm thinking whether we should or not. But yeah, all right. We'll call it here for now then. It's a decent stopping point for now, just in case. But yeah, that'll be all for now then. What is it again? Looking forward to it. But yeah, streaming on Saturday. Next stream will be on Thursday. Yeah, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. As long as nothing pops up. We'll see. But yeah, really looking forward to things now. We're definitely in the climax of all this. So catch you. Only 6 hours, Shapes. It's 6 hours 40. And also, like, I'm not feeling like, you know, rushed to wrap it up, because like I know this is the last case, and like I know it's a long one, so I'm not gonna try and force it out like say the other ones where it's like we're almost done with this case, just a bit more longer. But yeah, that'll be all for today. 6 hours, same as 6. Ha, rounding down, huh? But yeah, take care. Bye bye for now.